All right, everybody. Good Lord, that is enough of all that god-awful music. Hello, my fellow degenerates. Coming to you live back here at the compound again this week. This is the first ever Friday Unhappy Hour, powered by Green Legion Radio and part of the Green Legion Radio family. We thank you for joining us tonight from wherever you may be and whatever service you're using to tune in. So, pull up a chair, turn up the volume, crack open that beer, and let's get weird as we put an end to this week's hostage situation and usher in another almighty weekend. I'm already off and rolling. I know one of our guests has probably had a few already. I'll let you guess which one has already had a few once we get them both in the room. Just a couple things before I bring them in. As always, folks, if you're tuning in on Facebook or Twitter, please do not forget to like, follow, share, subscribe to the Green Legion pages. If those services are where you're comfortable, we totally get it. But the YouTube channel is the best way to view or listen and comment on any Green Legion Radio show. So please do us a solid. Even if you intend to stay on Facebook or Twitter, go ahead over to YouTube quick and subscribe to the Green Legion if you haven't already and share that out there to everyone. If you can't catch our shows live, we understand, right? People work, people have lives, people have kids. Good Lord, it's Christmas time. You can always watch or listen to us later on any of the services I mentioned before, but also on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts. Of course, iHeartRadio for your Green Legion player show on Tuesday nights and the pregame show on Sundays live from every tailgate. So one more thing. I keep preaching the Back Porch Saloon out here. Back Porch Saloon, yada, 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 right? Well, we had another great turnout this past Sunday for the game against the Giants. And, y'all, the Birds just keep delivering. That's what we've been saying all year. As long as the Birds keep winning, we are going to keep getting more people in that place. So, we had a couple of gentlemen who were in from out of town this past weekend. One guy we had met in Indianapolis. He used to be local here. He now lives in Jersey. He was back in town. Popped up, surprised us, pulled a bird's head out of his pocket and was like, am I in the right place? I'm like, hell yeah, brother. Another guy just happened to wander on in. The game was already going on. I went over to talk to him. Hey, man, how'd you know to come up here? And he shows me the social media posts that we've been putting up. So we're feeling pretty good about, where we're going, how things have been going, and the hopes that things continue to grow as we keep moving through the season. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do come the off season. Hopefully it's after the Super Bowl, but we'll probably have to look at like March Madness or something like that. Anyways, last week I told you that there would be at least one guest every week through the end of this year, and I'm going to start working on January here too. But I just, I want to give people the time I don't want to bother people during Christmas to, hey, you want to come on January 4th or whatever the hell the day is. But keeping with that promise, please, all of you, give a big Green Legion Radio welcome back to Mr. Whiskey Hill himself, my brother, Fito Mata. How you doing, my man?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Thank you for having me back, man. Excited to be here again, man, with you guys.
Dude, you kick ass, man. You're welcome on this show anytime, brother. Always.
So, and of course, got the Bud Light.
With the Bud Light.
You're a whiskey on the side.
Always got the whiskey. So I was going to stick it in your face that you don't have the Green Legion koozie, but you're over there with a glass of whiskey too. So
I should get one soon, though. I support you guys.
I know you do. I see you all over the place.
Well, you guys know I'm a huge Niner fan, but I've fallen in love with the Green Legion Radio. You guys put on a great show through the week, and it's so much fun watching you, do your thing, especially on Wednesdays. But tonight it was a must. I had to come on and be here with you.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, tonight, so I had to move from Wednesday to tonight. You know why?
Yeah.
My daughter
her choir, right?
Her choir thing.
Right.
But I've got a bowl full of ice and beer right next to me.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Great minds think so alike, my friend. Let's go. I think we're ready.
Yeah, man. All right. So
how about that? The camera looks good, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah. So for those of you that don't know, Fito, last time he was on, he just used his phone.
Yeah.
Fito went out the other day and invested in a webcam. He does it. So Fito, I call him Mr. Whiskey Hill. He is Mr. Whiskey Hill. but he's also like the acting chairman of the
Bridgeport Co-ed softball
Bridgeport
league.
Co-ed softball league. So what they've started doing is on what is it? Restream? You guys use?
We use the Restream, right?
Restream. So they use Restream. We use StreamYard here for Green Legion Radio. Bridgeport Co-ed softball league will use Restream, and they go live and they kind of do a play-by-play for the games at the fields every Sunday during the softball season. I'll hop on there and break Fito's balls, and I'll see a couple of the guys I used to play. Kenny will pop in and give him a bunch of shit because I think, what did I say? I think Kenny holds the record for the most walks given up or runs given up in league.
Given up. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of banter. It's all live, so you never know what happens on the live stream. And then at the same time, it's streamed simultaneously on Facebook and YouTube. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah, and people who aren't able to make it down to the field, and they're at work or at home sick or whatever, they can just log on and watch it. Just like, your great show that you've been doing, man. So I'm super proud of you too as well.
Thanks, brother. Oh, yeah. I mean, I know, before all this, we had talked about, like Whiskey Hill Radio and everything. I just want you to know.
I'm still working on it.
I just want you to know I mean,
hey, the studio's in the works. I'm working on it. So
we're still here, brother.
Oh yeah, we'll get it going.
So the second guest we have tonight, and I teased it during the show, and I said, I wonder who this could be. So nobody has any idea, Fito, except for you and me, and this little shithead that I'm going to bring in right now.
That's Captain Shithead.
It's Captain Shithead. It's my oldest child, my son, my 15-year-old son, Grady Gilmore, joins us for the first time. So please, give him a big Green Legion welcome, Green Legion Radio welcome. He's got his TV in his room where he's got YouTube up on, so he can see the chat room. He can't comment in there.
Shut up about my Knicks, please.
Great. So
leave him alone.
Russ Taylor right away. There it is. Bam. Knicks suck. I warned you, Grady. You're gonna come in here, and it's gonna be a Sixers crowd, dude. And
you gotta be neutral. You gotta be neutral, bro.
Guys, what Grady wanted to do, what I talked to him about was, so the kid loves the NBA. Now he's wearing all his Knicks stuff, but if we're being honest, he's really he roots for players more than he does any specific team. He favors the Knicks, but more on the players side, which I think is more. And Fito helped me out here, but I think that's more of a modern thing with his generation. Yeah, they're not so attached to teams as they are to individual players.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like a lot of my friends, when they have a favorite player, like he leaves that team, they become a fan whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, and I think and once again, I'm gonna give I'm gonna shit on LeBron for that. Hang on just a second here. We have Mrs. Whiskey Hill. Desi in the room. Hey guys, happy unhappy hour. So Fito gets to enjoy that best breakfast this side of the Mississippi River. And once again, all of you in the room, no, you can't have none.
Nope.
So when we brought Grady in, Grady wanted to give us, just a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes or so on the NBA. And I decided to let him do that because honestly, I don't really fucking want to talk about the NBA. So
no,
we are going to let the kid take over here for just a little bit and talk about the NBA. Grady, I'm going to monitor the room here, and don't you worry about that. You go ahead and take it away, bud. What do you got for us?
All right, so this season, now I know you said you don't really care about it, but this year, the amount of parity of talent that's in the league is insane. From top to bottom in the East and West, you have every team has a 1 and 2 that could be starting every team in the league, besides the Knicks because we suck. But the past 5 games we've been getting good. We are on a 5-game win streak, beating the Cavaliers, Hawks, most recently the Bulls, and we also beat the Kings, who were a 4 seed out west.
So the Cavs and the Hawks were playoff teams the last year, right? The Cavs now have
Donovan Mitchell.
They have Donovan Mitchell, along with that nice young core that they already had, and the Hawks obviously have that little prick Trae Young, right?
He has not been himself this year. He's been
that just breaks my heart.
Yep.
Well, he's still been putting up his points, but he's only shooting 43%. So he's not being the most efficient, but he's still getting his buckets.
So I've got Russ Taylor here. He says, Grady, you need to invest some time on why the NBA started using pros in the Olympics.
I know why. That's
Well,
because
go ahead.
kind of
Give us.
we're kind of getting beat up on the international stage,
Okay.
and we were only using college athletes. So
why do you think we were getting beat up?
Well, because I mean, reason I don't know, but I'm thinking because we were kind of underdeveloped and we weren't really using everything we had. We were just using like the young guys.
We're using college players while Europe had started to adjust and create their own league. That started to
the Euro League.
Yeah, and they started to get better. So it was time for the dream team, right? I got Russ again here. Grady, how do you feel about the NBA not flexing out games since the Lakers are bad on nationally televised games?
Well,
so think about football and what football does by moving games around.
When they move the games around,
The Lakers aren't like genuinely bad. They're still like a 10-12 win team. It's just the West is so packed they're not even in the playoff picture right now.
So hang on. They're a 10 to 12 win team out of 30 games, dude. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, but what they are showing is a lot of promise. Anthony Davis has been absolutely lights out this year. He has been healthy. LeBron's always fun to watch. And Russ, well, he sucked as a starter. They flexed him to sixth man. He's getting his buckets, and
that's Russ Westbrook, not Russ Taylor. Just so you guys know.
Westbrook. I don't want to associate you with that one. But,
I've got so Keenan's got a question for you. Grady, why do millionaires give each other high fives for making free throws? They should kick each other in the nuts for missing free throws.
Yeah, I believe Ben Simmons should get more than a kick in the nuts, but
oh God, you do careful with the Ben Simmons shit with this room.
I forgot where I was.
Oh no.
Guys, you go ahead and let them have it for that one.
It could be a cadence thing for them, when they're just high-fiving each other, just like, all right, get the next one. Or
it's also to like keep them motivated because I know like you're like you want to talk about mental health when you're at the biggest stage in the world, but it gets to you when you have all these people, like you make one mistake and they ride your ass for it. So
pretty good. What else you got for us, kid?
The most dominant team in the NBA, I don't think there's a question right now, is the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary how deep that roster goes. Even
you want to tell everybody how your father feels about Boston sports?
Oh yeah, he hates everything Boston.
Well, they're 22-7 right now, so
they're pretty good. They're pretty good.
Well, and the other kick in the balls with that is that the Bruins are like almost unbeatable too. So it's
And they are all led by Jason Tatum, mostly Tatum. When he has a down game, Jaylen Brown's there to pick it up. And they say if they slack a little, they have Derek White, Malcolm Brogdon, Al Horford, a bunch of great role players who fit in that system incredibly. And they have some shooters, Peyton Pritchard. This is even with Robert Williams has not played a game this season, and they're like,
I'd like to thank you for not calling him the fucking Time Lord.
Oh yeah, Time Lord. Sorry.
Look, I don't know when marginal players started getting like nicknames, but when Fito and I were younger, it was just your stars had nicknames, right? The mailman,
Jordan,
Sir Charles, it wasn't, somebody's third option on their team had a fucking nickname. It didn't work like that.
Yeah. Now you got guys like Isaiah Stewart in I forget where he is. I think he's still in Detroit, but his nickname is Beef Stew. Don't ask me why. He's
like,
Beef Stew.
I feel like it again, like we've made this reference I feel like we make this reference every week on this show and on other Green Legion radio shows.
Beef Stew.
Like,
Beef Stew.
It's like it's almost like it's from Major League where it's like, who the hell are these fucking guys?
I mean, I know you don't really care, but like but there are some guys this season who have really picked it up. Like Domantas Sabonis, who I talked to you about him like an hour ago. You didn't hear about him like ever.
No.
He's
so who is he related to Arvydas?
Yes, he is the son of Arvydas Sabonis.
The son of Arvydas Sabonis. So Fito, in case you didn't feel old enough yet. Welcome in my 15-year-old to make us feel like shit.
So and I think Domantas is almost 30 now.
No, his son can't be 30. I'm gonna go throw up.
I'm thinking he's like 26. I think he's 26, 30. He got traded out of Indiana last year.
Oh my God.
And the Pacers are actually doing pretty good this season themselves. Benedict Mathurin.
So we got a pretty lively room over here as usual. We got our usual suspects. Lou Mancini says that Russ Taylor gets his buckets at Hooters.
Yeah.
They have the worst chicken, by the way. The worst chicken. I can't eat their wings.
Russ says the round mound of rebound. That would be
Charles
Sir Charles.
Barkley.
And where did Sir Charles start his career, Grady?
In Philly, actually.
In
Yeah.
Philly, that's right.
Yeah.
Lou Mancini says his nickname would be the Afterthought.
That's good. That's good.
Lou actually invited me to a Facebook page for like foodies, right? Where people cooking up a whole bunch of stuff. They've got some really fantastic shit on there, Fito. I should invite you to that. Dude,
Oh God, so
I
many.
know you're not much of a chef, but you know, you show the wife.
I'll pass on the invite.
Pass it on. Well, maybe I can invite her to hell with you. Just
leave me out of that.
I know he's not the.
What do you got?
I know he's not in the room right now, but my friend Aiden normally watches this, so
yeah.
I just want to say he's a huge Damian Lillard fan. The Blazers are pretty good this year. He told me to call Dame a top 5 player. I can't do that without wanting to go throw up.
Well, hang on.
But,
didn't he say top 5 guard?
No, he said player. I said I'll resort to top 5 point guard.
Okay, so I mean, I happen to be a fan of Dame Lillard because he stayed in Portland.
Yeah.
So give me 4 guys that are better.
Steph Curry, Luka Doncic, John Morant.
John Morant.
Donovan.
How many games is John Morant going to play this year?
John Morant has played over 60% this year, which is actually above the league
30
average.
games, Graydon.
That's above the league average.
And that's pathetic.
And Dame has played less.
Okay, so that's your 4? Who's the 4th one?
Donovan Mitchell. And that's keeping it to.
I beg to. I don't think Mitchell's better.
Dad, he's averaging 30.
I don't care what he's averaging right now. I'm talking about who's the better player.
At this point, Donovan Mitchell.
I don't think so. I think Dame Lillard's a better player.
Okay, fine. I was trying to stay in guards, but fine. Giannis
would be better.
You go.
Giannis, Jokic,
But
Tatum.
Notice, Fito, and for everyone in the room, who did he not mention?
LeBron James.
LeBitch.
Oh, the bitch.
Hashtag LeBitch.
LeBron is still a great player. It's just he's taken a step down. He doesn't have to do as much because AD's healthy. Last year, he was averaging 30 trying to carry the Lake shit because AD wasn't there.
The Lake shit. I like that.
That's what they are.
Los Angeles Lake shit.
Yeah, they're saying that
toilet bowl.
He spends over $1 million a year on just his body alone and training and all that other stuff.
The guy takes incredible care of himself.
Yeah.
It's truly remarkable what he's doing at this age, even if he's not averaging 30 points a game. But, yeah.
So, had he played his whole career in the same era that Jordan did?
Wait, Keenan doesn't think I know who Brad Daughtry is. Or Moses Malone.
Oh, you guys going to test this kid? Go ahead, test him out. So, Keenan Harmon, Grady, why did the Sixers trade Moses Malone and pass on Brad Daugherty? I gave up on the NBA after that and only watched NCAA ball. Keenan, you've got my vote. That's the best comment of the night so far. We are only 20 minutes in. NCAA basketball blows the NBA out of the water.
No,
drives my son crazy.
It's just I can't.
NCAA, baby.
Yo, how about the UConn Huskies, dude?
Let's go.
I just don't like that you are out here questioning my knowledge.
I don't
think.
Well, why don't you answer his question then? Here, I'll put it back up for you.
No,
there you go.
So Moses, I forget if the Sixers got him before or after Houston. No, it was after Houston, right? Because then they signed him to pair him with Dr. J to hopefully get a ring. Because Dr. J was getting closer to the end and Moses was in his prime.
Okay. Why'd they pass on Daugherty?
Honestly, I know the name, just I can't tell you every player that played.
That's probably a little too far back for him.
I'm 15, you know.
Keep in mind he's 15. And I can't answer that either because I just don't fucking care.
He's pretty good, bro. He's pretty good.
The kid's pretty sharp, man.
Yeah.
He is. He's sharp. He can throw some football too. Yeah, he doesn't do that bad.
He's just got to wear a hat.
Keenan says Grady has no clue who I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I got. That's why I got mad at. And there they are calling LeBron.
LeBron would have
please.
Yeah, he's right, Graydon. LeBron would have never been mentally tough.
You just said
to deal with the Pistons.
Oh no!
All right, it's oh my.
They would be.
They would have
B plus. B plus. Just that is,
folks. Green Legion
outrageous.
The Friday unhappy hour.
Oh yeah. Does he have his apple juice?
We're christening my son here with his lack of knowledge of early '80s basketball.
Sorry, I didn't watch every game from the 1982 season. Jesus.
You should have. Shame on you.
Oh,
What the fuck were you? Yeah, they got this thing called basketballreference.com, you little shit. Why don't you check it out?
The
right, let me get back
Pistons would have chew him up and spit him out all day.
Hey, Grady. I know you know, so guys, just so you know, it took me a while to get him to understand why Jordan is so much better than LeBron James, and that the conversation's really not close.
Keenan, please stop.
Yeah, they're going in on you, kid.
God. You know what? Screw it. I put LeBron and Mike at the same plane right now.
Oh,
You're just doing that to be a smartass, and it's not going to
Damn
work.
right.
I've already told them that you've conceded this argument.
Yeah. With the fact that I think it's on a pace of like 30 games, LeBron's going to pass Kareem's all-time scoring. I don't care if Mike retired because he got bored. It's the pure longevity of how long he's been able to do this at this level, and never seen anything like it. I don't think you ever will.
I'm sorry, Graydon, but I showed you the math.
But the NBA was
if Jordan plays the full career arc, and I even took his stats. I even took his stats down, right, to where he was averaging less. He would have shattered that record years ago.
Yeah, he would have. But did he? No.
He didn't have to. He was already the best.
Oh yeah.
Ever.
If rings constitute the greatest
team wins 8 straight if he doesn't go play baseball.
If rings constitute the greatest player ever is, who's that dude in the Lakers?
Bill Russell.
I know, but you can also say, I know.
Oh, Bill Russell. Yeah.
It's Bill Russell.
Yeah, but easily Bill Russell.
Yeah.
Probably the greatest defensive player in the league's history.
I sent you the meme. I sent you the picture, Graydon. If you want championships, look at Bill Russell. If you want compiled stats, look at LeBron. If you want killer instinct, look at Kobe. If you want, a whole laundry list of shit. If you want all of that, look at Michael Jordan.
Let me get back to the current league before I start wanting to hurt someone.
Who are you hurting?
Right now,
doors are locked.
Grady, you realize
I'll send Liam in there. Grady, don't get wrapped up in the room. I'll handle that. You just stay on task.
All right. Right now, the defensive player of the year. You probably, Dad, you might know who this is. OG Anunoby in Toronto.
Who?
Drafted him a few years back. He played a big role in the 2019 Raptors championship run with Kawhi. Probably the greatest finals run that I've seen.
You're touching a sore subject with these guys again, dude. You are not doing yourself any favors.
Look,
I'm telling you, man. Yeah.
You know what? If they wanted, if they were the better team, they would have won that game. That's all I gotta say about it.
Oh, kid.
Ben Simmons passed a wide open dunk to a pass to Mighty Thibault because he was scared of Trae Young's defense. I don't care anymore.
Keenan says study up, kid.
I don't really care.
Keenan's extra credit question. Name the only player to force major changes in the NBA rulebook.
Oh, Jesus. Major changes.
We'll wait.
Well, because of how dominant of an athlete he was, I want to say Shaq.
So I got another one here. Grady, you realize that Florida has basketball because of Jordan and all those expansion teams. Jordan.
Why specifically? What did Mike do? What did Mike do in Florida?
You realize that the NBA wouldn't have been what it became without Michael Jordan. Without Michael Jordan, those teams don't exist.
I know, and you can, and if you want to go on that line, Michael Jordan wouldn't be what he is without Scottie Pippen. Michael Jordan wouldn't be what he is without watching Dr. J when he grew up.
No, Michael Jordan needed Phil Jackson.
Oh, he went to a Philly high school. Well, that pushes me toward Kobe.
Well, Michael Jordan elevated all his players.
That's right.
He elevated them.
That's right. If it wasn't Pippen, it would have been someone else. Phil Jackson was the bigger key there.
Right.
Yeah. Let me get back to current.
Yeah, what do you got here, kid? Because I want to get moving on some football.
Rookie of the year now, Paulo Banchero. Dad, please don't.
Okay, so
Dad,
please,
no. We're not doing it.
No. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. So at the NBA draft, who did you think should have been the number 1 pick?
Jabari Smith Jr. He was the most NBA ready.
And I told you who the number one pick should be? And
Paulo.
And who was the
The
number
only
one
reason
pick?
Paulo's putting up these numbers is because he's on a dog shit team with no second option.
Who was the number one pick?
Paulo Banchero.
And why was that?
No.
Why was it?
No.
He won't
Because
answer.
he was the most NBA ready, just like I told you then. And who's going to be the rookie of the year through 30 games?
Paulo Banchero.
Thank you. Moving on. Go ahead. You
Okay,
may
the
continue.
sixth man of the year is Russell Westbrook.
What's he
Yes.
shooting? What's he shooting? 26%?
He's making a positive impact. When they started off the season, like I think it was 0-6. Russ shot 0 for 11 one game. But then they flex him to the sixth man, and he has been putting up, though he's still shooting like garbage. That's who Russell Westbrook is. But
he's a volume shooter.
But since they flexed him there, the Lakers have started to win more games against
because Russ isn't in the starting lineup because Russ sucks.
The defense. Oh, I already talked about that. The Celtics. The pure domination again.
Yeah.
If say like Jason Tatum goes down for 10 games. Yeah, I know Russ sucks. Say he goes down for 10 games. Jaylen Brown's there to pick it up.
Yeah, I like Jaylen Brown. You know I like Jaylen Brown.
I know you like Jaylen Brown. Sorry, wrong Russ. I didn't mean to.
Stay on task. I got the room, kid. Don't worry.
Sorry.
You're good. What else you got, bud?
Oh, the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
At the beginning of the year, analysts were projecting that they had like 6 to 16 total wins. Right now, they are sitting at the 8 seed in the West, which between the 1 and 8 seed, I think there's a 2-game difference. So they're competing with the best. Jordan Clarkson last night dropped 38 points on the Pelicans. Lauri Markkanen has picked up his scoring.
What did Zion do last night?
Scored 26.
Yeah.
On fairly efficient shooting.
Yeah, if he's healthy, he's still scary.
Demonic.
Is he still injured?
No, he's on the floor now.
Yeah.
It's just he's not
staying there.
A few years, his second season, he was averaging 27 points on 67% shooting, which was absurd.
A lot of dunks in there, dude.
Yeah, but now he's not scoring as much because they have CJ McCollum and Brandon Ingram and Jonas Valanciunas. Some great offensive pieces that are over there.
You think the Pelicans are a force with that lineup?
Yes, but I mean, in the 7-game series, I don't know. It literally all depends on if Zion's healthy. But also,
a compliment here from Lou Mancini. He says, "Love this kid."
Oh yeah.
And Russ Taylor says the Utah Jazz should lose their franchise. All the issues they have with fans and players. 12 Jazz players are the black population. Guys, I say it every week at least once. I'm telling you, the room that we get with Green Legion Radio, you are awesome. The absolute best.
They're the best.
You know, especially like when we first started doing this show, like it was during all you had was really baseball. And it's not a big baseball crowd. So you start reaching for content, especially like the All-Star break, dude. There was just nothing going on.
Nothing.
Dude, when I reach for content, that room is always there and delivers. You guys are the best.
Oh, yeah. It's like a show inside of a show.
And really, and they'll have their own conversations.
Oh, yeah.
It's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah.
Also, I would like to lightly touch on the Phoenix Suns because I know watching this. I know. This is it.
Let's get a move on.
Well, Aiden is a Dame fan. He's also a Suns fan. But so the Phoenix Suns, people like to call them a legit championship contender. I just don't see it. DeAndre Ayton is the most two-faced player I might have ever watched. One game he'll go out score 38 points on godlike shooting. Next game he'll get you 17 points and 6 rebounds. He's not, and for a guy that big, he should be doing more. He's not consistent enough. DeAndre Ayton. Same thing with Devin.
If you need 20 plus out of Ayton, you have a bad night.
Yeah,
he's not there for his offense.
Same thing with Devin Booker. Not there. Same thing with Devin Booker. There was a stretch in the season where he was averaging, I think it was 38 points a game over a 5-game stretch, which is absurd. But then after that, he goes 14, 17, 20. Like he just – and Chris Paul. God, Chris Paul's bad this year. Well, I understand he's almost 40.
Has finally caught up to him.
I know, and to
You
his
can't
hairline
beat the
too.
clock. Sooner or later, it gets everybody. It's going to get LeBron sooner or later too.
I know, and you can already see this. The
Too
clients
many
are.
commercials.
It's well, it looks like it finally got Tom Brady.
Yeah. Oh,
He does
yeah.
not look.
He does not look good. Keenan would like you to go look at the NBA rules pre-Wilt Chamberlain and then check the rules a few years
Do
into
not
his
get
career.
me started on Wilt Chamberlain. Okay,
We're not
Wilt
gonna
Chamberlain.
go Braden. Do you have anything on the Philadelphia 76ers?
Plumbers, white guys, that's it. That's all he played. Okay, we're done. They were school teachers.
Braden, the current Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh, current
Do you
Sixers.
have
Sorry,
anything
I
on-
had-
there you go. There
Okay.
you go.
Right.
Um,
Sorry, I didn't
Give him
clarify.
time. Yeah, give him time.
Joel Embiid, he's been up and down. He had that incredible 59-game performance with 7 blocks and 13 rebounds. But that same game, he also had 7 turnovers. For a guy that big, it's kind of hard to keep the ball, I understand, but dude.
You know that assist to turnover ratio, nobody looks at that anymore.
Yeah.
It's not even a factor anymore.
Just,
It's
yeah.
not. They and like if you factored in that,
I don't do
like,
the LeBron thing.
if you factored that in, LeBron,
There it
Curry,
is.
they should those guys like a lot of those guys like that shouldn't
They
even be
wouldn't
on the
even be
floor.
mentioned. I know.
Right. So
School teachers got game. That's beautiful. But yeah, what's his name? Tyrese Maxey has stepped up. Well, James Harden has taken not a big step forward, but a slight step back. Step back.
well, he needs to. He needs
yeah.
to distribute and let Maxey score more.
And Maxey, he's living up to what you drafted him for. He's great offensively, gritty defense, but for defense for Philly, that comes out of Mikey Thybulle and PJ Tucker, who is a great addition on that god-awful contract. But yeah, that's all I really got for Philly. They're kind of mid. They're up and down. They're inconsistent.
I think they catch fire at some point. There's way too much talent on that team to be hovering around the middle of the pack.
Yeah. Injuries hurt a lot with that team.
Yeah, well, Embiid's got to stay healthy too. I mean, that's always in the back of your head as a Sixers fan. You have to be worried about it. Unfortunately, that's been his MO.
That's all I got.
That's all you got. So anything? So closing thoughts. Give me something on the Birds.
I love this team so much. Jalen Hurts has looked every bit of an MVP candidate, if not the MVP.
I was going to say that, but he took it from me.
We'll get to more.
Miles Sanders' first 1,000-yard rush season, beautiful. O-line's great. Defense is stellar, even with some big pieces out. Reed Blankenship playing his heart out.
Hurt now. But
I know. Even our return guys are looking good.
Well, Britton Covey, who was a guest on Green Legion Radio's player show a while back, he not this past week, the game 2 weeks ago, had his best game of the season. He looked great. So I mean, I like he's little, but I mean, he doesn't. He catches the ball, he holds on to the ball. He does his job. We've never been a great return team.
No.
So, like, you got to go back to like Brian Westbrook or Via Sikahema for shit.
Yeah.
Unless we play the Giants, we put Boston fucking Scott back there.
Well, I mean,
sooner or later, the Giant Killer is gonna rear his ugly head.
I mean, Sproles wasn't a bad return, man.
No, Sproles was good too. That's very true.
All
right, Greg.
Before I leave,
What do you got?
shout out to Josiah Scott, Fairfield guy.
Yep.
From home. So he played great. Not great, but good.
No, he filled in very well for Avante Maddox. Maddox is obviously the better corner, but a lot of corners are shorter guys.
I know, but it's just crazy.
But he played a decent slot corner while Maddox was out.
Bring back Gizmo Williams. Okay.
Bring back Gizmo. Yeah, some of this shit's gonna be a little over your head, buddy. All right, Grady. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for the basketball talk.
Thank you for having me.
Good
man. Definitely gave me more knowledge than I had any fucking clue about because
I barely said
I'm not
anything.
an NBA guy, man. It's just, I mean, and part of it is because the Knicks have been just atrocious for 20 years, 20 plus years. Makes it hard. But the other part of it is because I do love college basketball so much more. The kids play with a lot of heart. A lot of these guys are like, the last time they step on a floor as a senior is the last time they're going to play that level of competitive basketball, and they let it all hang out. So I mean, it's really a joy to watch. But I get it. You're you're an NBA fan. I told you improve your grades some, and Dad will watch some games with you. All right.
Thank
Oh
you.
yeah.
All right, kid. Grady signing off.
Merry
Thank
Christmas.
you to the room for yeah. Go ahead, Greg.
Merry Christmas. Everyone be safe and don't do anything stupid.
Or don't do anything he would do.
Don't do anything. Yeah.
Don't do anything my son would do.
No, I think he was talking about you.
Yeah, whatever. All right. Yeah. Go see if your mother needs any help.
All right.
That was
All
awesome.
right.
That was awesome.
That's my oldest, y'all.
Yeah.
He's very much into the NBA to the point where it can be like it can be too much. Like, because that's all he'll talk about. And I'm like, okay, but you're failing science. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. He's a good kid. He just, he's a little, he just needs to shift his focus to where it really belongs. Right, there's time for sports when you've done your work.
I mean, the hair looks better today than yesterday. So hey, man, he's improving. it was going in 8 different directions the other day.
For the room, we Fito and I talked down here last night about what we wanted to do today. I'm cracking open my 3rd beer since we started the fucking show.
Oh, I'm falling behind, bro. I'm still on 1. Jesus.
What's your bro? Well, you got whiskey there too, so but yeah, we were talking last night, and Grady popped on behind me on the camera. I was downstairs in the living room, and Fito kind of his face was like, "What the hell's wrong with your head?" That was great.
Brooklyn only had sense, She came on there looking good, so
yeah. Well, she likes to be pretty girl.
Oh yeah,
she's my sunshine. But yeah, so that's my son. He's a big NBA fan. Thank you guys for grilling the shit out of him like that. He needs that.
They went in on him.
They went in. Well, I mean, he started taking shots at the Sixers without even really knowing he was doing it. And I'm like, Grady, I warned him beforehand. I'm like, dude, hot button issues. You might want to stay away.
And I'm a Niner.
Went right in. I'm like, woo.
Yeah. And I'm a Niner fan. I know my place.
No, you're all right. You've got room to talk, dude. I mean, you guys are doing what you're doing with Mr. Irrelevant. So
I mean, it's super amazing what he's doing. It could, people say it's a Cinderella story, whatever, or that cliche thing. They say it's you can't write this, can't be written. But it's amazing how strong the team is without a quarterback position, because now he went from 3rd string to 2nd string, back to 3rd string, and then Garoppolo came in. He went back to 2nd string. So there's a lot of bouncing around with that, and he's really stepped up and really brought the team together and be a leader, because he's talking shit to the players at the same time. So it's pretty cool.
So is this like, I know a lot of times pro teams, they get to the point where they're kind of on that line. Are we gonna rally and make the playoffs and make a push, or are we gonna kind of just fall off here? And sometimes something like a Brock Purdy comes in where it's always Mr. Irrelevant. That ends up being something that the team rallies around. Right. So your guys like a Nick Bosa and guys that have been there for some years that are really the leaders in the clubhouse, they're running around grabbing face masks. Let's get behind this kid. Right. Shit like that. I have a feeling that's what's going on in San Francisco. I watched that whole game last night, like I told you I would. The kid, for a guy who was drafted last, he looks good.
Iowa State.
But he is getting away with a lot of errant fucking throws, dude.
Mm-hmm,
like there are
a few dropped ones too as well.
Few drops.
Yep.
He got, if that what's his name holds on to that interception, I don't know where that game goes from there.
Diggs.
Quandre Diggs. But even like he completely missed run CMC on a play that could have been McCaffrey could have busted that loose. I think it was Ayuk. He missed on an out. He threw it to the inside.
Mm-hmm.
He threw it to the outside. Ayuk's just kind of on a curl route. So he's getting away with a lot of this stuff right now. And Seattle with the loss last night, they're 1-4 in their last 5. So I expected Seattle to come down off the. I was never sold that Geno Smith was this guy, dude. Until this year, the biggest thing Geno Smith was famous for was getting his fucking jaw broken by his own teammate in the Jets locker room.
Yeah.
So I just he came out like a ball of fire, but I think the league has adjusted, and now you're starting to see the bumps and bruises. Your 49ers, though, Shanahan just continues to coach guys up. He's got guys playing over their skis.
Yeah, it's full of the whole team is full of all-stars, right? You've got a number one defense team that obviously we all know defense win games, right? And win Super Bowls. And then with the offense side, you have so many targets. With Debo going down, you get the next man coming up, right? But you still got Brandon Ayuk, you got CMC, you have George Kittle, who's huge on the yards after catch.
Oh yeah.
But what I really like about Purdy is his pocket awareness. If you saw several plays, he actually stood back in the pocket. Obviously, you have Trent Williams holding the line down. McGlinchey could be sketchy sometimes, but on the left side, you could see that he's dropping back and he's looking left, he's looking right, and then he makes his third decision and throw. Sometimes on his second time, he's releasing the ball. But they've got the ball moving and they're scoring, and they're definitely a force to reckon with. And I'm super excited for them. But I'm win or lose, dead or no matter what, I'm always going to be a Niner fan.
Oh, sure.
I don't want to be like, oh my God, jumping in people's faces. We're going to come after your team. I just want them to, continue to be competitive and obviously play some good football. So
yeah, no doubt. You got Russ over here. What Purdy is doing is proving why you practice hard, why you pay attention, why you take extra reps.
Oh, the reps are important.
And from everything you read, this kid at Iowa, when he was at Iowa State, right?
Iowa State, yep.
Iowa the Cyclones. So
Cyclones,
when he was there, he was the same type of guy.
He broke all the records.
He broke all their records. But he was working hard.
Oh yeah,
right, day in and day out. So
he's a baby. 22 years old. In the locker room, he looks like a little kid. It's like, who is this guy?
He looks like a little kid with the helmet on.
Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So super excited for them, man.
What is Russ Taylor here? Sketchy. That is the word I would like to hear more on a national broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so I don't look ahead. I don't look ahead, right?
I'm the same way.
It's like we were talking last night. Since I've been trying to drum up these people to come up to the back porch and stuff, I joined a whole 15 or 20 freaking Philadelphia Eagle fan groups.
That's awesome.
That are just nationwide, right? I joined them all on Facebook, and I share all these posts in there, hoping that someone's in the Cincinnati area sees the post and comes up. Along with that, I get all, in my news feed, it's just nothing but people posting in these groups. And a lot of them, they're like Super Bowl this, Dallas that. Stop. Should we even worry about the Giants last week of the season? And my comment to all of them is, hey, we're playing the fucking Bears this weekend.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
Yep.
We clinched the playoff spot. That's all we have clinched at this point.
Congratulations, too.
Yeah, same to you on the division.
Oh, thank you.
But the playoff spot is all we've clinched at this point. 12-1, and that's it.
The NFC East is so weird right now. What the hell's going on over there?
I don't know. Well, I can tell you the Giants have completely fallen off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
They're 0-4-1 in their last 5 now, dude. I mean, look, the first half of the year, they won a whole bunch of one-score games, fourth quarter comeback type of stuff. And Dayball had them, he's got them believing. They are better than they were last year. There's no doubt about it. A lot of that is because Saquon Barkley's been healthy.
And look at their schedule. I mean,
that's the whole division.
Yeah.
The whole division's played nobody. I mean, we played each other.
Right.
Part of the reason why our schedule was predicted to be so weak is because we play each other.
Right.
Well, when everyone in the division's beating everyone else on their schedule, now that schedule toughness is it's better than what people thought it was.
Saquon Barkley is equivalent to CMC crying for help to go to another team that will utilize him for the best,
I agree. Yeah. I mean, I'm a Penn State fan, you know that. So I mean, when he got drafted, the Giants broke my heart.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
But so you look at the Birds the last 2 weeks, we've played Tennessee and New York, right? Yep. We've scored a combined 83 points.
Big game.
83-32 is the score. We've given up a combined 68 yards on the ground to Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley.
The play calling is different this year too. I was watching the games, and it seems like you got a lot of play action going on this year, right?
Well, yeah, because we were able to run the ball a lot.
Yeah, with
Sanders
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts can break loose. Kenny Gainwell gives you a nice
Right.
And when Miles needs a breather. Obviously, Boston Scott against the Giants is going to get his carries.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, man.
Yeah, so when you're able to run the ball, and I had it here somewhere. Where the fuck did I have it? So 10 times this year we've gone into triple digits on the ground. 4 times has been over 200 yards, once over 300.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean this Eagles team can beat you any which way you want. Like nobody's been effectively able to take away everything. So when everybody creeps up, and okay, we can't let Jalen run all over us. Well, he just throws it over everybody's head because now you're one-on-one on the outside. Nobody's corners are good enough to stop both Smith and Brown.
Right.
And oh ho hum, we're going to get Dallas Goedert back. He's able to play this week. I'd sit him. I don't think we need him against the Bears, and I would play him against Dallas. Next week.
I remember.
I don't like looking ahead, but
right.
You got to be smart too. He's just coming back. Maybe get him a couple reps and then pull him back out.
Yeah, when you guys picked up AJ Brown, I was shocked. I remember you posting something on Facebook. You were going nuts, bro.
Oh,
that
during
was
the draft,
amazing.
Yeah. Well, because I had the Green Legion draft show on.
That's right.
And
That's
I had
the
draft on my triple TVs.
Mm-hmm.
And before it broke on the TV, Diaz jumped up out of his chair. We just traded for AJ Brown. Like, holy shit! And then it broke on the TV. I'm like, yes.
Oh yeah, man, that was huge.
I mean, that was just that draft. The first round of the draft night was just absolutely amazing for us.
That was the best draft you ever had in a while, in a long
time.
Yes.
Well, if you talk to Quimby and my boy Kidder down in Florida, these guys are both over 50, and they would tell you that that's the best draft they've ever seen the Eagles have.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna hop back over here for a minute. Russ Taylor, last year NFC least, this year beast of the East. So last few years NFC least, right?
I mean, the NFC West has been a strong, conference.
NFC West has been strong, but now Arizona's a disaster.
Oh, they're done. Yeah.
There she is, Ashley, 305 Sports Babe. Happy Friday, all.
Happy Friday.
So for those of you in the room who don't already, make sure you subscribe to Ashley and 305 Sports Babe on YouTube as well. She usually does her show with Lou Dominguez on Wednesday nights at I think it's 8:30. So we're on here on Happy Gilmore
6
at 6, usually 6 to 7ish, and then Ashley and Lou come on at about 8:30.
That's when you and I are going to bed.
Dolphins fan, yeah. Like I'm usually laying down, like watching it.
Yeah. We're old men.
Yeah. Well, but they do a good job. This year they're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the undefeated Dolphins team. So Lou has been adding like trivia stuff for that every single week. And they're fun. Lou's a good guy. Ashley seems like a lot of fun. So they have a good time over there. I know they're doing a thing for the game tomorrow night, which Ashley, I've got my fingers crossed for you guys. But they're expecting a foot of snow in Buffalo,
right?
Night.
Buffalo, yeah.
So I don't really know what to expect. Lou, I texted with Lou earlier, and he was thinking that's probably the only way to slow down Josh Allen. But if you're talking about high wind and snow, Tua can't throw in that. And Josh still can. So that's going to be. I'm going to have fun watching that.
What time's the game?
That's the night game. That's 8:15.
Dude. Night games in the coldest city in the world, like
that was totally on purpose.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Totally on purpose. She says, "I'm not expecting the W." Well, come on, Ash, you got to. So, Fito, I got a question for you.
What's up, brother?
Last week, I talked to these folks about the college football playoff before Chris joined the show, and we went into baseball winter meeting stuff.
Let's go blue all day.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah. So for those of you guys that you probably don't know, Fito is a Michigan fan.
Oh yeah.
So impressive win over Ohio State.
Penn
and then
State
of course,
too.
I mean, you went ahead. Yeah.
Let's not forget.
I wasn't. None of that surprised me at all.
Yeah.
I've gone into detail on that at length on this show. But impressive win at Ohio State. The Big Ten championship was a joke. I mean, the West side of the Big Ten the West Division of the Big Ten is a disaster. You're talking Purdue, Wisconsin, Nebraska. Purdue was the representative out of that division at 8-4.
Right.
I mean, it's a joke. So I mean, nothing that happened. I was surprised that it was as close as it was for as long as it was, to be honest with you. But you got the job done. You're the number two.
And,
yeah. And you're going to take on TCU.
Yeah, that's right.
TCU, who lost their Big 12 championship by 3 points on what I would call bad play calling by the coach. The fact that thing went to overtime, and on 3rd and 4th down from the 1, the ball wasn't in that quarterback's hand, Duggan's hands. I couldn't believe it.
They were in scoring position, bro. Yeah. They were right there, man. He was.
Well, and K-State's a good team. Don't get me. Kansas State's good.
But he ran that ball up, 80-something, 90 yards in that one play.
That kid, down by 11, threw that team on his back and said, come on, motherfucker.
That was amazing.
And they go to overtime, and then at the most crucial moment, you just run fucking dive plays. I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
So
I was pissed.
You're going to take on TCU. Thoughts?
The defense, it's really good, obviously, with that quarterback. He's strong. Harbaugh has a soft spot in my heart, and I know he's gonna pull it through, man. They're a strong team. Michigan is obviously dominant all year. 13? They're 13 overall, 13-0, or 9-0, 13 overall. But we'll see. I mean, I'm excited. I'll be watching that game for sure.
You should be excited.
Yeah.
So the things I went over last week. So TCU. Look, Mad Max Duggan is a beast. We all know it, right? He was a Heisman finalist, yada, yada, yada. But that offense, their junior running back, Keandre Miller, 1,342 yards, 17 touchdowns on the season.
Ooh.
Michigan's big and physical, and I get it. But that's something that the Michigan team hasn't had to face this year, as a running back that can work it like that, right?
Right.
Penn State's got a good running back, but dude, Penn State was overranked all fucking year after the Auburn win. Don't get me started. Ohio State brought no running game to the table. So what does that Michigan defense do? Because I got to believe that TCU is going to try to establish Miller early and often to combat your physicality.
Yeah, the only thing that really stands out to me is that linebacker, Onoma. The guy's all over the field. And every play, he's in that frame on the tackles. He's always, shooting middle. You've got, defensive backs like McBurrows. I've been excited just to watch them. I've only picked up like 4 or 5 of their games because of my schedule, my work schedule and whatnot.
Yeah,
but
Saturday's been tough for you.
Yeah, so I haven't really watched much, tape or video on them, but just making sure that I stay a fan, basically.
For sure, no doubt.
With NFL, it's a lot different for me. I can record the games. I use a lot of streaming for the NFL and stuff like that. So. But
you found your Niners bar down the street, right?
Right, yeah. You got.
How was that turnout last night?
So they have about 60. Shout out to the Southern Connecticut Faithful group on Bridgeport Avenue over in Shelton at Stormy's, and Joe Godley runs that group there. A couple weeks ago, I showed up for the Dolphins game, and it was
Ashley. He's coming in hot.
Sorry, Ashley. So there was about 60 people there. So they got a good group of guys in there.
60?
Yeah, there was a lot.
God, I'm hoping just to get to 30. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
It's tough out here in the Midwest, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just be perfectly honest with you. Connecticut, I feel like Connecticut's a more densely populated area. And because Connecticut doesn't have its own professional team, I know we're hung up between Boston and New York. So fans tend to gravitate there, some Philly, some other shit. But I feel like a lot of people look at Connecticut. Well, I'm from Connecticut. I don't have a professional football team. I can root for whoever I want. And guys in our age group, the 49ers were fucking dominant when we were kids.
Right.
So is that group a lot of people like kind of around our age?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is older crowd.
Why you gotta say it like that, dude?
You're right. Yeah.
Come on, man. Middle age.
Middle age.
Jesus Christ, what is it? It's not getting any better here, Fito.
I'm surprised though. When the Niners came to MetLife 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I it was just drowned by red. It was amazing, the turnout of 49er fans, and you could see in a lot of home games. Seattle's game last night, it was a lot of red jerseys out there.
You could hear that.
Oh yeah.
So, and that Thursday night broadcast is usually a muffled crowd sound.
Right.
Now Seattle is notorious for being very loud, but you could hear the Niner fans.
Right.
Yeah.
My thing is, like I mentioned before, when I was born in Puerto Rico and came to the States, I didn't realize how big the country was, because Puerto Rico is this big compared to the United States, right?
It's the size of Connecticut.
Yeah. And so when seeing the 49ers on TV winning all these tournament, these championships, and like, who's this Jerry Rice guy and this Ronnie Light, who's Russ Taylor.
Russ Taylor. You know where that doesn't happen? Philadelphia.
Oh yeah. So when I found out the 49ers were on the other side of the country, by then I was already hooked. There was no changing,
Well, and it's like I said, for guys our age, like, I mean, I totally get it.
Yeah.
They were it. I mean, you're talking about the 80s, dude. This is Joe Montana. This is Jerry Rice. This is John Taylor, Roger Craig, Ronnie Lott.
Romanowski. Oh my God.
Romanowski, Tom Rathman, Harris Barton, all who was the tight end? Brent Jones.
Brent Jones.
This is that team. So
that's why it's so exciting right now, because we went into that dark zone for so long, and we were just
the salary cap fucked you guys up.
Yeah, for sure. And that, and Dee Bartolo, getting in trouble for all those stupid things. And I think that's something that's been biting us in our ass for years. But did you watch the play last night with the roughing the passer call? Dude, I
wanted to get to this. This was going to be the rant of the week.
That was bullshit.
So go for it, dude.
Let the players play. If it's a fraudulent, like straight up helmet to helmet and just dragging them down. There were a few plays where Gino was not Gino. The running back was tackled off the line.
Yeah.
I forget his name. Walker?
Yeah, Kenneth Walker III. Out of Michigan State.
Yeah, he gets tackled out of bounds, and he gets put down by Hufanga. And there I thought they were going to throw a flag, but they didn't. And he actually helped him up and congratulated him on the tackle. But that was a blatant bad call on Geno Smith, bro.
Well,
terrible.
And it's happening across the league.
Yeah.
It's not just last night. Everybody's getting fucked with this. So you have these gigantic defensive linemen, right? These guys are anywhere, and edge rushers, right? So you're talking anywhere from 240 to call it 310 pounds.
Coming at you at full clip.
As hard as they can possibly move their bodies.
For sure.
Okay? What in the blue fuck do you want a 250 to 300-pound man to do when the quarterback all of a sudden just lets go of the ball? He's within a step and a half of him. This man can't stop, okay? Or he's going to hurt himself.
I agree.
So, I mean, I get not wanting them to like pancake him and just flatten themselves down on him. Hold yourself up. They can do that, but you can't stop yourself.
No.
That's what the next evolution is. These guys are going to get hurt. They're going to try to pull up, and the turf is going to get them. Their knee's going to bust. Their ankle's going to butt, and it's going to fuck the whole thing up. These guys are taught to bull rush that quarterback every single snap. You're making it impossible for the defense to do their job. And I don't want to hear about this is about player safety. Because if it was about player safety, you wouldn't fucking play games on Thursday nights.
Seriously.
Okay? If this was all about player safety, you wouldn't play games on Thursday nights. So sell that crazy somewhere else. We're all fucking stocked up here. You're stopping these guys from being rule changes are going to happen. It's part of evolution. Things are going to change. But when you change the rules and it screws with the integrity of the game, I got a big fucking problem with that.
There were a few Seattle fans at the bar, and they even agreed. They're like, dude, that's bullshit. Let the guys play, man.
I'm all about winning games. I don't want to win them cheap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it just seems like every time we're in Seattle, those calls are just they just come out of nowhere. It's almost like the refs don't allow these guys to play the goddamn game.
They don't allow the quarterback to get hit.
Mm-hmm.
And look, dude, these guys, they know the score when they come to play football. It's a violent game. It's always been a violent game.
Mm-hmm.
They know it. They go play anyways, and they play their asses off. And again, I don't want to hear that it's about player safety. It's not. It's about protecting quarterbacks because you've changed the rules of the game so much that the quarterback is so much more valuable than everyone else that if the quarterback gets hurt, your ratings get fucked up.
Right.
That's what it's all about.
Right.
So go sell me that freaking player safety shit somewhere else. It's bullshit.
Now they grade these refs throughout the year, and then they handpick the last 10 guys going into the playoffs or Super Bowl or whatnot. Some of the guys that I saw last night, I'm not even familiar with them, so maybe we just got the B team of refs last night. That's what I like to think.
They're all taught to throw the flag.
Yeah.
And now you see what's happening. They're considering like adopting what the college rule is, where they're going to you're talking about like kicking people out of games.
That's crazy.
I'm like, my God, are you fucking crazy? It's the worst rule in college football is targeting.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
One play where 4 flags came out and they're on the field for like 20 minutes. Like, the hell's going on? Pick up the damn flag. Let's go.
We're not here to see the zebras. We're not watching to see the zebras. We're watching a football game.
Oh, yeah.
And you're taking away the best part of the game, which is a quarterback getting his ass kicked.
I mean, going back to what you said earlier, the era we came from, like Joe Montana got his ass beat, Steve Young. I mean, those kind of guys, Cunningham,
Aikman.
Yeah, Aikman, they got beat up.
Bad. Troy Aikman could have played longer had he not gotten his bell rung. And Steve Young, same thing.
Yeah, man. Now it's just a bunch of pussies, bro. Come on. Can I say that? Yeah, I can.
Absolutely. It's a podcast. This doesn't go on Fox Radio.
Good.
So this is a podcast. So here, Fito, you mind carrying it for just a second? I got to step away for just a second. You good?
Oh, you have to tinkle? Are you breaking the seal?
I have to tinkle. So I'll be right back.
All right, guys. Since Gilmore's gone, you know what? I'm not even. How do I see the comments here? Let's see how we do this. Sorry, guys. He blindsided me with this here. I'd love to talk to you guys at the same time. Let's see. Gilmore live right here. All right. As always, we have Keenan, Russ on there. What's up, guys? Troy Aikman still recovering from the time he got sacked 11 times again in the Eagles. Oh, that was a good game. I remember that. Fito. I think it's great that I'm able to, be on this show, being a Niner fan. You guys welcome me with open arms, and it's always fun being in this room with you guys. And Gilmore knows the love of football, the sport.
What did I do now?
Nope. I think they're kicking you out of the room. Golf pays pretty well. I mean, Keenan, it's expensive too. So
that's an expensive hobby.
It may weigh out. They may even out each other. So who knows?
Right, so, what do you got, brother?
No. Go ahead. All
right. So one last thing about that TCU Michigan game. So you're going to have to contain Miller. We talked about that.
Right.
But what goes a little unnoticed is this wide receiver that TCU has as well. Now, they didn't put up big, gaudy stats. 53 catches, 903 yards, and 5 touchdowns. This man is 6'4", 215 pounds.
Big
Quentin
boy.
Johnston.
Oh, Johnson. Yeah.
So this is the guy when Max gets under pressure and scrambles out of the pocket and everybody just says fire, he just puts it up to this kid, and he is a mismatch nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you go to watch your game on New Year's Eve, that's, you don't want to pay a little extra attention to that kid as well.
Yeah, I forgot the game was that far out.
Yeah, I mean those bowl games. It's a month before they play again. Yeah. I mean, you had a couple bowl games today. Like Miami, Ohio played somebody. I don't know if they ended up winning. They were up, but I don't know if they won.
Is the Georgia Ohio State the same day?
That'll be the same day. Yeah, I can't remember who goes when, but
same day.
Yeah, it should be the same day. So we'll let you talk about your Niners for a little bit.
Oh, hey, I'm Ninered out. I want to talk about. Well, I'm just super excited.
Now we're gonna get over to the birds for just a minute here, so we don't. Yeah. I know everybody's here. They want. Oh, what do we got here? Hang on, just a second. Troy Aiken is still recovering from the time he got sacked 11 times against the Eagles. Russ, my man,
that's a big game.
Russ, again, if player safety was a priority, they would expand the rosters by 10 people since they added a game. Very good. But what they did do was take away 2 preseason games, and they called it fair. I think you're right, Russ. They should have gotten both.
Don't they have
unlike baseball, the NFLPA doesn't have the same amount of clout that the MLB Players Association does. So that's where they struggle a little bit there.
But don't the players have a union that they can vote against that? Yeah. So I mean, they can change those.
They do. But I just like anything, one extra regular season game means more money.
Right.
So
they play for that bonus.
They play for that check, dude.
Oh yeah, they play for that.
They're all in it for, they can talk to you, they can tell you till they're blue in the face, but that's big time money. Even the league minimum is big time money. So, but those guys, they put their future mental and physical health at risk. Even in practice. When they start hitting each other. So, week in and week out. And that's where I get to. Like, you play Sunday, say you play the Sunday afternoon, and you got to turn around and play a Thursday night.
Thursday game. Oh, yeah.
And they try to make up for it by saying, well, we'll give you the bye week after. Dude, that doesn't change the fact that I just had to play 2 games in 4 days.
There's no rest.
None. And so that's where I don't want to hear about player safety. You're in it for the check. We all know it. NFL, you're in it for the money. Please. The whole Deshaun Watson situation, if you needed more proof. So, biggest suspension, biggest fine, yada, yada, yada. You got fined $5 million, biggest fine ever. And they're, look what we did to support women. Yeah, what game did they allow him to come back for?
What was it?
At Houston.
Oh.
Right. So tell me you weren't thinking about cashing in there. Please.
Yeah, that's a shit show. That's a shit show.
Right. They're all about the money. Just say it. Be honest.
Right.
Be honest about it.
Right.
Anyways, real quick on the birds before we get into the maybe we want to talk a little week 15 action after this. So the birds, obviously, I know Desi's pissed off.
Sorry, honey.
When you lose to a division rival 48-22 in your own house, you've earned the right to be angry. I did have written down sorry, not sorry, Desi.
She's listening right now.
I know. Don't spit in my eggs when I come back to business. But again, the run defense, once again, against a premier running back. So when you look at the last few premier running backs we faced, Jonathan Taylor went 22 carries for 84 yards and a touchdown. Sounds like a decent day, except when you factor in that on the final 10 drives of that game in Indianapolis, Jonathan Taylor had 35 yards and a fumble. His 49 other yards and the touchdown came on the opening drive. Derrick Henry, 11 carries, 30 yards. Saquon Barkley, 9 carries, 28 yards. That's 42 carries, 142 yards. That's only 3.3 per clip. 1 touchdown, 1 fumble lost against 3 of the best running backs in football. Why is that important? Well, one is the obvious. You're containing the run. But when you look at where this Eagles run defense was prior to that, from weeks 5 through 10, excluding the bye week in week 7, we were giving up an average of 144 yards a game on the ground, on average. The loss to Washington, they ran the ball 49 times that night. They showed our run defense zero respect. Which
was shocking. That game was shocking.
Out of our bye week at home, and they came in and just stuffed it.
Yeah.
It was after that game that they went out and signed Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh. Obviously recognizing that if we're going to go for it, we got to make moves to shore up the run defense. And it worked. If that doesn't get you excited, but wait, there's more. The pass defense only gave up 216 yards. A bunch of that, y'all, was in garbage time. Okay.
Right.
7, count them, 7 sacks of Giants quarterbacks on Sunday. 3 and a forced fumble by Brandon Graham alone, who has now been Defensive Player of the Week twice this season. Fountain of youth, my brother. Either that or he's just playing his ass off because he knows this is the end of the line. And then you had 1 sack each for Fletcher Cox, Milton Williams, Reddick, and Josh Sweat. So Reddick and Sweat come from on the edge. Cox and Williams coming right up the middle. Overall, 12 hits on the Giants quarterback. Blues Clues, which is what I call Daniel Jones, not effective at all until the game was already a mess. Yeah, Blues Clues.
Your names. I love them.
Birds fans, if you're still not feeling it, I got some more for you. Over to the offense. Jalen Hurts is currently the Vegas favorite to win the MVP. Why? Well, I know it doesn't mean anything to him. He's all about the team. So are all of us. But when you have days like this, it doesn't hurt, except for us, it hurts so good. 21 of 31, 217 yards and 2 touchdowns to go along with 77 on the ground and a touchdown. Rushing offense, Miles Sanders. Little ode to We Are Penn State. 17 carries, 144 yards and 2 touchdowns. He is the first running back since Shady McCoy to crack 1,000 yards. Boston Scott, the giant killer. 6 carries, 33 yards and a touchdown, but let's not forget that big 66-yard kickoff return, putting us in field goal position right before halftime. Elliott bangs that through, and it's 24-7 going into the break. Through the air, A.J. Brown and Smith combined 9 catches, 134 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Brown becomes the first Birds wide receiver since Jeremy Maclin to crack 1,000 yards. Overall, on the ground, 253 yards rushing as a team. That's the 10th time we've gone into triple digits. 4th time we've gone over 200. And once we have gone over 300. The Packers should remember that one well.
You guys are steamrolling, bro. Love it.
I'm telling you, we can beat you any way you want to get beat.
Yeah, I love it.
So the bottom line is, folks, and that's beautiful fucking segue, brother. Bottom line, folks, this team can win in multiple ways. Take away Jalen's ability to run or take away our run. We'll just throw it over your head. See weeks 3, 8, and 13 for stats if you'd like to check on that. Take away the pass, we'll just stuff it down your throat. Rewind and see my aforementioned fucking stats on the run on the rushing offense. I do not expect much to change against Chicago. They're not even the Chicago Bears. They're the Chicago Justin Fields.
Because he's got the most rushing yards out of the whole damn team.
He's got 900 rushing yards.
That guy's crazy.
He's a fucking quarterback, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, he's not been awful throwing the ball. He's also got nobody to throw the ball to.
He's not consistent. Yeah.
He's not consistent. But again, They have no offensive line. Their running backs are shit. Their wide receivers aren't good. Right. And their defense is not good either.
No.
Justin Fields has amassed, I think it's 21 touchdowns this year, and he's turned it over 16 times. Now, it would be more had he not recovered 6 of the times he fumbled the ball. He's put it on the ground 13 times. He's recovered 7 of them.
Right.
I don't expect much to change this week. We're going to Chicago. We should go, and guy in the room knows. Every week I've said it, and the same holds true this week. We are the vastly more talented team, and I expect to go into Soldier Field and come out with a victory. I expect to be 13-1, heading into Dallas against those fucking assholes.
All right. I'll make a deal with you.
What you got?
We'll beat the Commodes if you beat the Bears for us, because the Bears beat us at the beginning of the year.
I think we can handle the Bears. Commodes don't scare me.
Well, we have the Commodes coming up this week, so
the reason why we haven't clinched the division is because Dallas is 10-3.
Right.
That's a fucking problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
We got one more against them. So for all of you in the room, and Fito, I'm not sure if you're aware of this either. We can win this week and Dallas can lose, and we still do not clinch our division.
Right.
Because there's still 3 games left. One of those is against Dallas at Dallas. You can't lose that game. Okay. Now, I even shudder to say it.
What's your conference standing?
If you win the other 3, you might be able to drop that one.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But really, that game at Dallas is everything at this point. And then you follow that up. We're home for New Orleans, and we have New Orleans first-round draft pick next year. So I think you still have to bring it that night to, to make sure that draft pick sticks nice and high.
Oh, yeah.
But that Dallas game means everything. So we just came off a road victory at New York, right? I did not expect to go into New York and kick the shit out of the Giants like that. I did not expect that.
Neither did I.
I expect division games to be a contest. I don't care how good or bad either team is. I expect division games to be a contest. That was not.
Right.
That game was over when the fucking coin flip that was over. Now you go to Chicago. After that, you go to Dallas. If there was a game that was a trap game, this game at Chicago is the definition of a fucking trap game.
Oh, yeah.
So it is on Sirianni and Gannon and the rest of the coaching staff and Jalen Hurts to keep this team focused and get them prepared for Sunday at Chicago. Don't take your foot off the gas. Run that score up, Herman. Leave no doubt.
And
that's where I'm at with it.
And what time is that game? Where can I?
We're at 1:00 on Sunday.
Is it at 1:00? Oh, okay, got it. Yeah.
Dude, we have had so many primetime games this year. It was getting to be. I started buying. I have a case of it sitting right over here called Liquid IV. Have you seen this shit?
For the next day? Oh yeah. You pour it into your water, right?
I drink it before.
Yep.
I drink it on the ride to the back porch, and then I drink it the next morning.
Yeah, it's at 1:00. Yeah.
Dude, because I'm up at 5:30 in the morning.
You and me both. 4.
But I'm not, dude. This fucking primetime game. I'm not home because I Uber back. I'm not home until 1. I'm not asleep till 1:30. You're talking about 4 hours of sleep. I can handle being tired. What I can't handle is that dehydration.
Yeah.
And that shit is a lifesaver. So from the Arizona game through the last primetime game, it was Green Bay. It was so Arizona, we were at that game. We were in Arizona, Michelle and I. Then there was the 1:00 against Pittsburgh, then the bye week. But then Indianapolis, we were at that game, and it was nothing but primetime after that. I mean, it was just week over week. We're up there at the back porch. We weren't drawing a crowd. Half of it is because it's fucking Sunday night or Thursday night or Monday night. It's like, dude, I'm not going to a bar. But we're up there. And I look at my buddy Mike, that Green Bay game. I'm like, dude. He's like, and Angie, his fiance, turned around. She's like, if we don't start getting some 1:00 games, Mike and I are taking a week off. I'm like, I don't fucking blame you.
Dude, I was just saying the same thing. The Niners bring in a lot of primetime games for the Sunday night. So I'm on vacation this week, right? So I was able to participate in the Sunday night game and last night's game without even worrying about waking up early to go to work because I get up at 4. And so it's just like, man, I hope.
4?
I get up at 4, brother. 4 a.m.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey, it's tough out here in the commercial driving, bro. You got to get out there early.
I wish I had drivers come to my deck that had half the sense that you do. We talked about this.
Yeah, we talked about that. Oh, yeah. But no, now I'm glad that we're going to start veering off back to the 1:00 games. I know we have
godsend, dude.
The Saturday game against you still smoke? What are you doing?
Only when I'm drinking.
Oh, here we go. Guys, get in.
So usually the weekends.
Oh goodness. We have what am I doing here? Sorry, I'm like multitasking.
You're good. The good news is we're not on live radio, so the little pocket of dead time is okay.
Yeah, so we had the Commodes at 4:05 on Saturday, which is pretty good.
You should kick their ass.
Yeah,
that's a different team with Taylor Heineke.
They
are energized, kind of like the same thing with you guys with the Mr. Irrelevant, dude.
Yeah, with Brock Purdy.
Rallied around this kid. He brings a lot of energy, dude. Carson Wentz is not a locker room guy. And when he got hurt and Heineke stepped in, we came on this show and I talked about it with Grady. Look, if the team, even if the team continues to lose, but they just look better, Wentz is done as a starter.
Right.
In the league, it's over. This was his last shot as a starter, anyways.
Guy's built like glass. Always getting hurt.
It's all up here.
Yeah, he's not in the. Yeah, right.
He's a fucking asshole, to be honest with you. He's a ginger raff.
There's only one ginger in this league. That's what we can't allow two. Who's the other one? Dalton, right?
Oh, that's the beige water pistol.
Yeah.
So when he was the
what?
When he was the starting quarterback here in Cincinnati, they called him the Red Rifle.
Oh yeah.
And so, but they get to the playoffs, he'd fucking choke every year. So I started calling him the beige water pistol.
I swear, you never cease to amaze me, bro. You come with the funny shit. I love it.
Nice fucking guy. Yeah, he stunk in the playoffs. I think he was 0-6 in the playoffs or something like that. No, 0-4, 0-5 with like 1 touchdown pass, 6 interceptions, and 2 fumbles.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's horrible, just terrible. And a bunch of those were home games against like the Chargers, who weren't that good. I mean, it was bad. They lost to a 7-9 Chargers team here at home in the playoffs one year, I'm pretty sure. With Dalton as the fucking quarterback.
So look at this. So even up to week 17, the Niners still have a 4:00 game. Week 18 obviously is to be determined. And it goes to show you that the NFL will make those changes, to have those primetime games going. Unlike the NBA, we obviously don't care about.
Russ Taylor, I enjoy this because I don't have to censor myself. Well, you know what, Russ? When I post the link to join the show, why don't you pop in sometime? You don't have to censor yourself when you're on here with your face either, man.
Yeah, I forget that I can't be me. Sometimes I'm like, oh shit.
No, you're fine.
You're
absolutely fine. Unless you're muffling it for the kids, you're good here, dude.
Oh no, yeah.
You don't want to go too far. You don't mentally disabled or shit like that. But
I wouldn't do that. Yeah, no. Being a truck driver, you just lose.
Who is this? I have not seen this face before. Cheryl Whaley Link, fuck the Bears.
No,
darling, you've got my vote immediately.
The Bears.
You bring yourself in here anytime you want, darling.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. When they beat us at the beginning of the year, I was pissed.
That was a fluke, dude.
Yeah.
You guys so Shanahan and McVay and now Sirianni with Philly.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys, they don't preach they don't hit and go real full bore preseason.
Yeah.
So what you see is guys that are still kind of working it out a little bit the first couple of weeks. And that's why you saw that Detroit team push Philly to the limit, because Dan Campbell, on the other hand, is about as hard-nosed as it comes. And he had that fucking team smashing into each other all preseason.
Well, with the Philly, with the Eagles, you guys can go deep ball with Jalen Hurts, right? You can do deep ball.
He doesn't have the greatest arm strength.
But he can go cross field, cross route, post.
In his range,
right.
He has become incredibly accurate, which is impressive, because that was the other knock on him, was the accuracy.
Well, look at Garoppolo. I mean, most of his throws are 10 to 15 yards, maybe 30. But since Purdy's been in the hole, several deep balls have been thrown out there, post routes and shit like that. But I mean, the kid's shining. Definitely, Shanahan has changed his playbook around Purdy versus what he does with Garoppolo.
Well, and here's Russ. But the teams that don't hit in the preseason, are they fresh or midseason? And that's the point, Russ.
Yeah,
that's exactly what your McVays and Siriannis and even a Nathaniel Hackett, who is going to lose his job this offseason. You got the nail right on the head. They are fresher come this time of year, because they've not had that guy. You just got to weather the storm early on. And the Eagles have done a very good job of that.
So who do you guys have in the IR that are looking to come back?
Well, so Dallas Goedert's a big one, right?
Yeah.
So but again, it's the Bears.
Right.
I'm not. Look, I would bring Goddard out, start him. But if that game gets out of hand, I'm yanking his ass right off the field. Get your fucking ass over here. I want fresh, hungry, angry going into that Dallas game. We need to go into Dallas, and that's a hostile environment. I've been there for Philly versus Dallas. I was there in 2015 on a Sunday night when Jordan Matthews caught a quick slant and broke it to the house and the walk-off touchdown in overtime. It's an unpleasant place. And Dallas believes that they can beat us. They do. They're 10-3. They believe they can beat us. And they don't have a reason not to at this point. You know, we beat them earlier this year in Philly. That was when Cooper Rush was their quarterback. I don't allow Dallas fans to use that as an excuse because at the time they were all preaching about how Cooper Rush was undefeated as a starter. They were basically fucking, filleting the guy up and down. All of a sudden Dak Prescott didn't exist.
Right.
And here, home, the last few weeks, take a look at Dak Prescott and his turnovers and how sloppy he's been with the fucking football. They're going to have to clean that up because the Eagles are the number one turnover ratio in the league. We don't fuck around.
So you went down to a Dallas Eagles game down in Dallas?
I was in Dallas. 2015 when I was traveling a lot for work. I was in Dallas, and I bought the ticket and tailgate with the Green Legion and hooked up with them there. And at the time, the tailgate down there was really cool because he would do it at this barbecue place, and they had this huge lawn out back, and it was a joint tailgate with Cowboys fans.
Nice.
Now, and Quimby says this up and down, and I agree with him. The Dallas fans.
I was going to ask about the fans.
Yeah. So the Dallas fans that are from Dallas, they're actually decent people. They still do the America team, we them boys, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's your Dallas fans that are from Philly or from Bridgeport. Or from Cincinnati or from somewhere other than Dallas. Those are your fucking assholes.
Right.
Easily your fucking assholes. But Quimby also says that the biggest dickheads in the league.
I know. Say it.
San Francisco 49ers.
I know. I hear it all the time. But hey, hopefully I can change his mind one day. I
don't think you fit that mold.
No. I
think you could if we were like sitting there watching a game together and it was us versus you. I think you could probably slide into that mold pretty quick.
So it's funny.
I think it's in you.
It's funny you say that though, but I'm a humble fan. I love my team. If you don't see my keychain or you don't see, because I wear 49er gear only on 49er day. Other than that, you won't know unless I go around and tell people, which I normally don't do. But last night at the what's what I'm saying?
It is right there, Russ Taylor. The Dallas fans from South Philadelphia who have never stepped foot in Texas.
Oh yeah,
on the nose, my brother.
Oh yeah,
as usual. Again, the room, dude. I'm telling you,
amazing.
Green Legion Radio has the greatest fucking room on the planet.
Hands down.
And that's where I started doing this.
Yeah,
I would comment, and then Quimby did his Right on Cue show. And started putting the link up, and I said, well, fuck it. I'm just going to join. And I popped in.
Yeah, you invited me to the room, and he's like, just check it out. You'll see.
Come on in, brother.
This room was awesome.
Just fine, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, so so last night I'm hanging out the bar. Good 40 people there. I get intense. I start blocking people out,
Fito is the exception to the huge dickhead rule.
Let's go. Wait, which head? Okay.
The dickhead.
So I'm watching the game, and this guy turns to me, a 49er fan. He goes, dude, you're a true fan, because people are yelling, screaming, and stop running the ball, stop throwing it, do a conversion.
Does that not annoy the piss out of you?
It drives me nuts. I'm just zoning in and I just want my team to play. Just stop being a couch potato coach or whatever fan, whatever that's saying this. I'm just watch the game, and I get so zoned into it. I do a lot of clapping. I do a lot of let's go. But I do it towards the TV. I don't do it towards anyone else that, I'm going to hinder their way of watching the game. But they saw how much of a fan I was last night. And
good.
A majority of the time I watch it here at home. I get crazy. I get a little crazy.
as
I
well
don't-
you should.
I don't punch my TV. I won't do that.
Nah, we're getting a little too old for that.
Yeah.
I, on the other hand, I'm at the back porch for every game.
No, the
Unless
back porch is
that's here.
yeah.
So there it is, Russ, armchair quarterback coach. There it is.
There it
I
is.
think
Yeah,
that's what we're
armchair.
looking for. Boom.
That's what it is.
Good job, Russ. So I'm at the back porch every game, unless I'm sick, which I was for the Thursday night game a month or so ago. I had the flu, or if I'm on the road with the Green Legion.
Right.
So, and really my job with that group and what we're trying to drum up there is I bring the energy, dude. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. My buddy Mike, who's the GM there, he's amazing. And
he's an Eagles fan too, right?
He's huge birds, dude.
Got it.
Hey, he's Philly everything. He's been like when I do the show from the back porch, he's the guest. So he works Wednesdays. Works Wednesdays. He's done right about the time I get there, and then he just comes and hangs out, and we do the show together. And so it's great having that Philly influence there. He gave a good soccer thing for everyone a couple of weeks ago.
Big game Sunday, right?
Well, Mike is funny. He's got dual citizenship with England and here. He was born in England, but his dad is American. So he's got dual citizenship. So
and a business owner too. That's awesome.
So when the World Cup comes around, he roots for England, not America. So this past Sunday, right? England's playing or this past Sunday, or it was the Sunday before, England's playing, I forget who they're playing, France or somebody.
That's interesting.
And he shows up and he's got his Birds jersey on, but he's got the England flag draped over himself because the soccer game was at 2:00. And I knew it was gonna be that or a scarf or some shit. But we have a good time with it. Yeah, he's great, dude. Mike, you'd love him. Yeah, he is fantastic. So we have a good time up there. But my job is I bring the energy, right? I showed you last night. I bring those speakers up there. We do the fight song. And in between, now that crowd's getting a little bigger, man. I'm like, and I did it for you last night.
Yeah. I can't wait till you come out here, bro. So once you're gonna do a Philly game? No.
So we're going to Philly. Yeah, we're gonna come to Philadelphia.
When you're there, I'm coming. I gotta get a game with you, man. So we're gonna
go to Philly in July of next year.
Perfect.
We were gonna do Philly, Baltimore, and DC. We're going to cut the DC part out. It's a little too long. We got the dog, I don't really want to burden someone with the dog for 9-10 days when I can do Baltimore's a 1-day thing, dude. You get up in the morning, you go to Fort McHenry, you go have a crab cake lunch on the Inner Harbor.
In and out.
You go to the Babe Ruth Museum, you go to the game at Camden Yards, and you leave. That's Baltimore, right? I have no desire to be in Baltimore past that.
Yeah.
Philly's a different story. My daughter's never been there. My wife hasn't been there since she was a kid. Mm-hmm. So you're talking about Independence Hall. Everyone in America should go to Independence Hall at least once because it's really the most important room in this country's history. It's where the Declaration of Independence was signed. It's also where the Constitution was signed.
It was written where, though?
Oh, it was written, where was it?
Connecticut.
In Connecticut, right.
Oh, yeah, in Hartford. And then signed
in Independence Hall.
Exactly.
So you have that. Right across the street is the Liberty Bell. Now it's not like when we were kids where you could go and you could actually touch it.
Right.
It's this kind of thing.
They barricaded it off.
Well, yeah, they barricaded it off. You can get up like kind of within 4 feet of it and take a picture, but that's about it.
Well, count us in, man. We're there.
Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. We'll spend probably 3 days in Philly and do a Phillies game, and then we'll hit Baltimore and then we'll boogie back. Baltimore, I mean, you're talking about a 9-hour drive coming back from Baltimore, so it's not bad.
Desi has family down in Virginia Beach, so when
maybe you tie it into that. You come to Philly for a day or whatever, and cruise the rest of the way down and go see the fam.
Right, or whenever you decide to come down to DC, I'll meet you there too.
I'm looking at DC in 2024 because I want to do
whatever.
I think if I tried to tie it all together, I'm not giving DC its full glory.
Yeah.
Like I want to do DC as a separate thing with the Smithsonian, the White House, the Capitol building, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
And then go see the Nationals and knock that off the list too. But yeah, that's the plan for next summer. We're gonna go to Philly, and then on the way out, we'll hit Baltimore for a day, and then boogie back.
Oh yeah.
I mean, really, all things considered, I'd probably hit that game at Camden Yards, and I'll probably start driving back that night.
Have you been to Camden yet?
I have not.
Oh, dude, you're gonna love it. Camden Yards is beautiful there.
I can't wait. I can't fucking wait.
And I know there's not a lot of baseball fans on here, but Camden Yards is beautiful. It's gorgeous over there.
What do we got over here? Russ again. I will plot you places to go in Philly. So, I mean, keep in mind, Russ, I'm going to have the whole fam with me. Wife, 3 kids. And so we're going to go see the big touristy stuff, Independence Hall, Liberty Bell. We're going to run up the Rocky Steps at the Art Museum, go see Rocky right next to it. Shit like that. Obviously, cheesesteaks are on the menu. God, I hope Jim's is reopened by then. Although I don't know, Lou Mancini, if Lou Mancini is still in the room, drop again your favorite place for it's like John's Roast Pork or something like that, and he says it's the best cheesesteak in the area. So
I saw, was it
Jim's was my spot on the corner of South and 4th, and it burned.
Oh,
it caught fire, over the summer, and so I don't know where that's going to be at by the time we go there. You're talking about a very narrow area, small, very, but that place has been there forever. Everybody gets addicted. They talk about Geno's and Pat's. That's like going to Pepe's or Sally's.
right?
When really everyone knows Modern is better than
Modern's the best. Yeah,
right.
Modern's the best.
So it's like that. When you go to Philly, everybody would talk about, Geno's and Pat's, but everybody knows Jim's was better. So I was right. So Russ, thank you, Russ. Oh shit. Wrong one. John's is legit. John's Roast Pork. That's the one that Lou talks about all the time. He actually sent me a picture. It looks like this little shit.
It's rare, dude. Right?
What's that?
The roast? Is it rare?
Or cheesesteaks.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So that's we'll hit that. That's the one Lou talks about. But I'm gonna hook up with Chris Sack. Coming into Philly, you gotta do a game with Chris. So if I gotta go to multiple games while I'm there, cool.
Wait, Sackmaster?
Yeah, Sackmaster. Yep.
Saccaroni?
Yeah, Reggie. Ooh,
yeah. Shout out to, I think, was it Keenan or Russ that went out to the Giants game last week? We were actually planning on going to that game, and I saw the post on Facebook. I'm like, damn it, I should have went, but the weather. It was supposed to. Desi's birthday was last Friday, and
right.
we were gonna get like parking passes, just go hang out in the parking lot and just kind of tailgate with the kids. My son, shout out to my son, he turned 6 today. Mateo thinks that he knows that Spider-Man lives in New York, so he wants to go to New York and then go see the Giants. But he's not a Giants fan, anyways. But we're gonna tie that in together,
Guys in the room, Russ, Keenan, Brian, Lou. I saw Michael Scott in here earlier. I told Fito last night. So he's getting. We were talking last night about what we wanted to do tonight, and Papo Mateo comes on the screen. He's got 49ers sweatshirt on.
Oh yeah.
And I told Fito, I'm like, dude, I am going to call 241 kids because that is just child abuse. That should not be allowed.
Hey. He is his father, man. That's for sure.
Well, that's the way it should be, dude.
Oh,
You know what I mean? I mean, that's the way I run my establishment here. And when they're little like that, you got to watch. No negotiating with terrorists.
Exactly. And what's funny? My sister, my brother, my 2 brothers. Wait, hold on. My wife.
You got 2 brothers?
Yes.
There's another one of you guys?
He's in Baltimore.
Oh God.
Yeah. You never met him.
That's fucked up. That shouldn't be allowed.
He actually
you and Ronnie are enough.
He moved down.
We gotta get Ronnie out of here too.
Hell yeah! I mean, my other brother moved to North Carolina, but he's still big Giants fan. My wife is a Giants fan. All my brothers and sisters are Giants fan. I'm the only one who's a Niner fan.
Desi's true New York.
I don't know. I think I probably could convert her, which I'm trying.
Don't let him do it.
I'm trying.
Don't steal the Bronx from that woman. Are you crazy? You might be able to take the girl out of the Bronx, but you can't take the Bronx out of the girl. Dude.
Wait, I'm from the Bronx. She's a Yonkers.
Yonkers.
Yeah. She's a Yonkers girl. Yeah.
He says, I'm from the Bronx.
Yeah, go in the closet. Give me a hot dog. That's how they say it. Give me a hot dog. Well, actually, she's right here. You want to say hot dog, honey? They want to hear you say hot dog.
Come on, hot dog.
She's laughing. She's like, no.
And he's telling like the peanut vendors at Yankee Stadium. It all sounds like they're offering peanuts to people. Hey, peanuts!
Yeah. Beer here.
Yo, peanuts! You want some peanuts? I got some peanuts.
Oh yeah, she sounds like a true New Englander, right? Until she says a certain word, and you're just like, "What?"
Oh, it comes out.
That's not how you say that. Or where she says, "Huh?
Don't you dare!
Uh-oh.
Don't you dare!
Yeah, do you hear?
Dare.
Don't you dare! You hear
Don't
it?
you dare! Smack the taste out of your mouth! Don't you
Yeah.
dare!
It's like watching a freaking what's that movie? The Bronx Tale,
Bronx Tale, yeah, great flick. Oh, dude, my favorite line of that movie. Can you guess it?
Well, I have 3.
There's one that trumps all of them.
Okay, the working man is a sucker. That's one line.
That's a good line.
Okay. The other one would be would you rather be loved or feared?
Another good line.
Yeah, and and then what Sonny said was I'd rather be feared because I forget the whole
Russ has it.
Russ
has it.
Okay.
Russ has the right answer.
He does? All right, shoot me.
So there's that scene where those bikers come into the corner bar.
Oh yeah.
They're smacking around the fucking
the
bartender. And so they go up and try to talk to him and everything. Disrespectful of them too. So Sonny turns around, locks the door, they break out the baseball bats, goes back over to the leader. He's like, now you can't leave.
No, you're not saying it right. You're not saying it right.
The fuck I'm not.
He says use.
That's what I just said.
Use can't leave. Yeah,
now you can't leave.
That's
and it's like, dude, as soon as he said it, you're like,
oh shit.
Yeah.
They all turn white.
Yeah. Now you can't leave. It's the great, Russ. Russ is like the man of the hour tonight, man.
Oh yeah, right.
Now you can't leave.
He's the man.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah.
So by the way, everything we're talking about now, if Chris Sack is watching, he has no idea what the fuck we're talking about.
Sackaroonie. Let's go.
Yeah, Reggie. Ooh, ha, ha. I love all their little shit, dude. I'm telling you, man. And when I tell people about Green Legion Radio, they're like, "Oh, you do this now?" I'm like, "No, guys, I am a very small part of this. I have a podcast with them.
It's a lot of fun
on Wednesday night, but these guys, they're on there on Tuesday nights with a current Eagles player, and that's live on a Fox Sports radio station in Philadelphia. Same thing on Sundays for the pregame show. I can tell you, dude, the charge that I get, like when I get to sit in on that, when I'm on the road with them, like Indianapolis is a perfect example. So we're gonna do the pregame show. It's just Quimby out there, Quimby and his and Captain Demps.
Yeah,
and you sit down, and right before the show, it kicks off that Fox Sports music, right? And I know that I'm going to be a part of something where that's the intro. It's just awesome.
And
working with these guys has been fantastic. Quimby's about as solid as a guy you'll meet.
And I believe everything you say because we've known each other over 20 years, and every time you're telling me try this, look at this, look into that, I get in on it, And
I wouldn't steer you wrong, brother.
No, you never have. Come on, and being part of this Green Legion Radio, it's so much fun. The people are awesome. Keenan, Lou.
Oh, the room.
I think it's Brian. Brian
Walden. Yep.
Brian Walden.
Yes. A lot.
Oh yeah.
We get Ashley, 305 Sports Bay.
Yep.
And
I'm going to start following, by the way. I'll
do that.
I wrote it down.
Her boyfriend, Lou Dominguez, also a great dude.
Lou, let's go.
Yeah, Lou Dominguez is awesome, dude. So I met him in person for the first time in Punta Cana. We went down there in 2020.
And, my home. Let's go.
Right. And
let's go.
Lou is he's one of the most genuinely nice people you ever meet in your life, dude. He's just a really good dude. And really, that's what the Green Legion is built.
Right.
is all of these people that are just like, and I hear people sometimes, oh, I checked the price on that. That's bullshit, blah, blah. Well, you know what, dude? By the time you fly your ass out there, book your own stupid ass hotel, buy your game tickets, and find some place to try to tailgate, you're already about as deep as you'd be if you just book with us.
And why not be a fan of the sport?
And
who cares if you're a fan of the whatever team? Just be a fan of that movement,
And on top of it, this group doesn't allow shitheads.
Let's go. I like that. No shithead.
So when there is someone like, dude, there's sometimes somebody's good. Like they took like 2,100 people down to Miami one year. There's only so many people you can weed out when you bring that many fucking heads, right?
Right.
But Quimby and his group, they just don't deal with it. You're an asshole. Get the fuck out. Pull the badge off. Beat it. You're
See ya.
Out.
Don't come back. Yeah, don't come back again. You get
that comfort level of you're around good people. Everybody's having fun. Everybody's drinking. Everybody's getting fucked up.
Yeah.
But they're all good people.
Right.
And then you have groups within the group. It's just look. I mean, I consider myself very fortunate. And I put a post up, I think it was last Wednesday after the show that I did with Chris, that I'm very fortunate for the connections that I've made, the friends that I've made, and the opportunities that have been afforded to me, especially considering where I was when I left Connecticut.
Yeah.
You guys all remember the hot ass mess that I was before I moved away. So to be able to just do this, sometimes you think a lot of things have passed you by, and opportunity presents itself.
Yeah,
you meet good people, and you befriend good people, and all of a sudden those opportunities aren't over with yet.
Yeah, but you're an easy guy to get along with. You're that asshole that everyone wants. You're my asshole. Like, I love this guy. Like, who's that asshole over there fucking ranting? I like that asshole. I want to talk to that guy over there. So that's how you and I became friends. I'm like, I kind of like this dude.
I'm that asshole.
Yeah, you're that asshole. And and being even part of this Green Legion Radio, not even being a fan of the Eagles, I could still be collaborate with you guys and be part of this and have a good time. Every time you ask me to come on, my life is so busy, even on vacation. I have being 43 years old. I'm a young father. I have an 8-year-old and 5-year-old. And so I'm always, or 6-year-old, excuse me, my son turned 6 today. And I'm running around doing different things with them. He's going to start Little League soon. Maribel wants to do karate. And so I'm always just trying to do things with them. And then coming out to the show to dedicate. It does. And then dedicating my time to the show, it's just like, okay, I gotta just research, just make sure I got some numbers going. But this is where we're having fun. Is now that we're not talking about softball, football, baseball, basketball, whatever it is, we can just have a good time. Be on here. The Unhappy Gilmore show is amazing.
And you've always got a home here, dude.
Oh yeah, okay. No, I love it, dude. And
so I ask a number. I've got friends. So I got a friend of mine here in Cincinnati. He is, without a doubt, one of the most solid human beings I've ever met in my life. His name is Chris, and he's an Ohio State alum. I've mentioned him a few times, on this show.
Oh, Ohio State alum.
Yeah, he's an Ohio State fan.
Let's go.
And he can be a bit of a homer with it, but he's also an Ohio State alum. Like
he's invested.
He's deeply invested. This is the biggest Ohio State fan I know, and I live in fucking Cincinnati.
Right.
So I know a lot of Ohio State fans. I've asked him to come on because his wealth of knowledge, not just Ohio State, he is also one of the biggest baseball fans that I know. He loves the Cincinnati Reds. He's also a big baseball fan, like how we are with the Yankees, but we love baseball. He's that guy. And like, there's some times when I'll be texting with him and he'll spin off some shit that I'm like, I get blown away.
And baseball is so deep. It's deep knowledge.
He is. Chris is an amazing human being. Mm-hmm. He's got a great family. For anybody here in this area that may or may not be listening or hear this later on, Mason Comets hockey has really started to gain some momentum, right? Hockey in this area, not traditionally a big deal.
Semi-pro?
No. This is a high school level thing.
Oh, gotcha.
But the Mason Comets they're kind of breaking that mold, right? They got invited to go play in a tournament down in Nashville not long ago. They had their doors blown in, but it was a learning experience. They have to play like 30, 45 minutes away from their home right now because there's just not enough going on here with hockey. And I owe it to Chris to come out to more games because his family is fantastic. His sons are really, they're following right in their mother and father's footsteps as just solid human beings. Actually, his son, I think it's Miami, Ohio, just got accepted on a scholarship to Miami, Ohio. So Garrett, if you're listening, or Chris, if you're listening, congratulations again. But
Good job.
Anybody in this area, if you want to go watch some high school hockey, look up the Mason Comets, man. I mean, I need to make it out to games on Saturdays.
That's awesome.
And I've been a big slacker on that, and that's on me. I do have the 3 kids and all that stuff, but I can bring them with me. I do all kinds of other shit.
We took the kids today, skating today in the hockey rink.
You're in the Northeast, dude, where hockey's an institution.
It's huge, and it's twin rinks. So it's one rink on top of the other, which is
holy shit,
pretty impressive.
That's wicked impressive.
Yeah, and we had a great time. My son, being 6 years old, he jumped on. I put the pictures on Facebook, so you'll check them out later. He got on there and started ripping. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't start skating until I was 10. This kid's 6, and he's already moving. So it was pretty exciting to see it. And hockey's a great sport.
Hockey's a great sport, and hockey, I would tell you, I think it might be the last of the major 4 that's not been fucked up by analytics.
That's a good point.
The only area where it may swing that way a little bit is the shift times that have shortened up because now,
and they don't get prime time.
Everybody fresh.
Yeah, the slots are not the best either.
Let's see here, Keenan. I was threatened by some 80-year-old from Yonkers Sunday after the massacre. Yeah, so. Desi, that wasn't the miracle at the Meadowlands. That was the massacre at the Meadowlands.
Yeah, those Yonkers people are special. They are special.
Russ Taylor, I have a Cincinnati. Did you know?
Ooh,
go for it, dude.
Yeah, let's see.
I'll try. I don't really get into too much.
Did you know Cincinnati?
Yeah, there ain't a whole lot to brag about here.
Yeah, I can't.
Look, what I will tell you is good. The suburbs, the northern suburbs, good place to raise kids. School systems are strong. In particular, Mason, where my friend Chris lives, that school system's incredibly strong. They're smart with the levies that they get passed. They're smart with the money, which is why they keep getting levies passed, because they're smart with the money. I'm over in Fairfield, still strong, not like on a Mason level, but they do a good job. In the warmer weather months, this area is pretty, there's a lot going on here. When the cold weather months come, flatline. There's shit going on here. Not like the Northeast, where even when it gets cold, you're like, it ain't fucking cold yet. Don't nobody turn the heater on until fucking December 1st.
Yo, seriously.
You know what I mean?
Put the plastics up on the window. Let's go.
Put the plastics up. We got a hurricane coming up. Put the boards up. We're all right here.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, you're in Shelton now. You don't got to worry too much about that.
Oh, no. There is a black cloud living above us every week. Because we're about 800 feet above sea level, there's always something glooming here, man. It's rain, snow.
You're on the edge of the valley. That's why.
Right. And there's a lot of times where a snowfall will come in. It's like a foot over here, and I work in Milford, and I'll drive and nothing. Completely dry. Like, what the hell? I live 13 miles away from home. Like, what the hell's going on?
I lived in Huntington for 2 years with my dad.
Oh, so I don't even got to tell you. That's where
we would get but the first year I was there, I moved in with him when I was the school year was still going on.
Oh, right.
Because I was in Stratford schools.
Right.
So I'd hear Shelton get canceled, but Stratford was on a 90-minute delay. So I still had to go to school.
Sounds about right. And they're like, what, 6 miles apart?
Oh, yeah. Like he could walk there. You know what I mean? It was nuts. But that's the Merritt Parkway.
Right. That's the deadline. That's the
that's where it gets crazy.
Oh yeah.
Keenan over here spent a couple nights in Columbus after a tornado hit. Ohio is scary. Yeah, dude. So I mean, you guys have heard me talk about that on here a few different times. In the spring and in the fall, when the climate changes, and I'm gonna have to go take another piss here in a minute.
Ooh.
Well, I broke the seal, so now I'm
Once you break the seal, you're screwed.
Well, and I'm 43 years old, so there's no holding it. You know, I gotta wear a diaper. You know what I mean?
It's all in the mind.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm not gonna end up with urinary tract problems. Sorry.
Send it.
But yeah, Ohio, dude. So we're kind of we're in the Ohio Valley. So you get in the spring and the fall when the climate changes, it gets very humid out here. And you get the spring where all of a sudden it it's like 80, 85 on a random day. And all of a sudden, your late day cold front comes through, and that temperature goes from 80 down to like 58.
Jeez.
On the drop of a dime. And these really intense storms come through here. I have dealt with sirens going off. I've at our old house, we had the basement. I've brought the kids down to the basement before just because, sirens are going off and I don't want them to freak out. And you just turn the TV on and you watch. If you see something that says imminent,
it's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah. The good thing about living in the Northeast, especially Bridgeport area, the southern Connecticut area, you already know you have the Long Island Sound.
Yeah.
Right. You got Long Island. You have Connecticut. A lot of the current that comes up towards Bridgeport or the southern part of Connecticut is protected by Long Island.
Yep.
So
we don't get hit with a whole lot of hurricanes.
Right. So really, honestly, the natural disasters that come through here are very slim to none.
Bridgeport got whacked with a tornado. What was it, about 10 years ago?
And that was the first. Right.
F3 went right down Boston Avenue. It was like, holy shit.
Boston, East Main, it tore up the city. But that was the first one in how many years?
I remember as a kid,
it was rare.
There was like an F2 that touched down for like, I don't know. They said like less than a minute, and it hit Hamden, and it ripped the side of Hamden High off.
Mm-hmm.
Just
it's rare. It's
ripped
rare.
the whole fucking side of the school off.
Yeah.
Go ahead and carry it for a minute, brother.
Oh yeah.
Be back and we'll wrap it up.
My man. Oh yeah. No, but talking about when he said about schooling, one of the blessings that my wife Desi and I, who's a Giants fan, she's standing right there looking at me. She gave me the side eye when I said that. We're able to homeschool our children. And, we encourage that with a lot of people because, being a nuclear family, a mother and father at home, we strive to push our beliefs, not political beliefs, just life, morale, family values. We always try to teach them the right thing, hard work, discipline, of course. And it's important. Is he? Oh, we can hear him peeing. I got good headphones. I heard you. Bro, that was a squirt. What the hell was that? But I was talking about homeschooling and my wife.
Yeah, I forgot about that, you guys.
So Desi has that? Oh, of course. And my
Respect,
wife,
brother.
Yeah, man. It's important
to give Desi a shitload of credit for that, dude. That ain't easy.
She's trust me. I got the easy part. I get up to go to work and I come home. But with homeschooling, no chance to sleep with teacher.
My man, Russ Taylor.
He's right.
But with homeschooling, no chance to sleep with the teacher. He also wants you to let your wife know that the Meadowlands suck.
It does. Oh, so it was Keenan, right? Keenan went to the game.
Yeah.
No, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's gloomy, dark, and boring.
And it's New Jersey.
It's New Jersey. It's not even
New Jersey.
Yeah. But nonetheless, it's a lot of fun down there. I mean, like this is what I was saying earlier is you have to be a fan of the sport. Same thing with the NBA. You know, you could be a fan of the player and follow that player to other teams. But when the NFL, it's different. You know, it's almost like baseball. Well, it's a
No,
pastime.
I think the loyalty is there with football, just like it is with baseball.
Yeah,
I do. I know modern day, there's a lot of people rooting for just certain players, like a Patrick Mahomes
right,
or a Tom Brady, or more recently a Jalen Hurts.
right.
But I do think that there's still a lot of the passion that comes with being a football fan comes from rooting for a team. Let me rephrase. Comes from rooting for the laundry. More than the player.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's where I go with it. So, you want to talk week 15 real quick?
Yeah, hell yeah. Let's do that, man.
Let's do that. So Saturday we got 3 games. 3 games on Saturday. And pull these motherfuckers up.
We've got the commodes. Like I said, we'll take that win for you guys. We'll, on.
No. You guys already played. You guys already played this week. You're getting ahead of yourself. You guys played.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. My bad.
You got your win. You got your division. Congratulations.
I had it on the first. There we go. Week 15. Now we're here. No.
So you take a look at tomorrow. Yeah, Indy at Minnesota at 1:00. Minnesota only giving 3.5 at home to Indianapolis. That feels like it might be the safest fucking bet in the whole damn league this week. Indianapolis is a dumpster fire.
Wait, what's the under?
The line is 47.5, but the spread is Minnesota. I'm looking at the CBS app. They got Minnesota by 3.5.
All right,
at home. So usually you give 3 points just for the home team. So what they're telling you here is on a neutral site, this is a pick'em game. I think Minnesota takes Indianapolis to the fucking woodshed.
That's a dumpster fire right there, bro. They're gonna rock out right there. Where was their? My phone's not working correctly here.
Russ Taylor, your Cincinnati, did you know, is your train station is the model for the Hall of Justice in the Super Friends cartoon because the original animators were from Cincinnati. Dude, you are a fount of useless information tonight. That's fantastic.
Super Friends. I think my kids watch that show.
Awesome.
I think my kids watch that show.
Russ, also, my last trip to the Meadowlands, we stopped at Satin Dolls. Oh, you didn't know Satin Dolls? It's a bada bing.
Bada bing. See, he's got the lingo down. He's got the lingo.
No, Russ knows. Russ knows. Minnesota home hosting Indianapolis. So Indianapolis is 4-8-1. And they're going to go to Minnesota in a dome. And Minnesota at home is only given 3.5. So sports gambling does not become legal here in Ohio until January 1st. If it was legal right now, and I am not much of a gambler because I got myself in a shitload of trouble with that a long time ago.
You'd be all over
Part of what facilitated me leaving Connecticut. I would be all over that like stink on shit. What worries me is it almost feels like Vegas is trying to tell you something. You know? They're telling you that on a neutral site, it's a half point. It's a pick'em game.
Right.
Thoughts? I think Minnesota wins this in a walk.
I'm not much of a gambler, but 4-8-1, bro. There's just no.
Look, I think Minnesota is probably a very weak 10-win team, but Indianapolis stinks.
Yeah, they're done.
Like, come on.
We miss DeForest Buckner at the 49er line, D line, but Vikings take that all day.
Oh yeah, I think that's a smoke show. 4:30, you got Baltimore at Cleveland. So here's interesting. So Lamar Jackson's not playing. Cleveland has looked like dog shit, even though they beat Houston. Cleveland's looked like shit since Deshaun Watson came back. Cleveland by 3. Cleveland giving 3 at home against Baltimore. Baltimore got the win over Pittsburgh last week, but Pittsburgh, they were onto their 3rd-string quarterback.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mitchell Trubisky had to come in.
Trubisky,
Right. Anytime Mitchell Trubisky is your fucking quarterback for the game, you got issues, dude. I agree with Keenan. I agree 100% with Keenan here. The Vikings should be butthurt and ready to kill something. I am not going to be at all surprised if Justin Jefferson is like a 10-catch, 120 to 140, and a touchdown or two in that game. But Baltimore at Cleveland, Cleveland giving 3, and the line is 39. Now I think the line has a lot to do with the fact that we are expecting snow in Cleveland.
Yeah,
slowing down the offense.
No shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, this time of year, dude, that Cleveland. If you've not been to Cleveland, that stadium is literally on the lake. I mean,
Okay.
Like I could stand outside the stadium and throw a fucking softball in the lake. That's how close it is. It's right there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could throw it in there with ease. Like it's that close to the lake. So when you talk about lake effect snow, that's a big thing in Cleveland. I am a little alarmed at the 3 points. So again, you have another one where you've got a 5-8 Cleveland team with a rapist quarterback who just came back. They've not looked very good, even though they got the win at Houston. You know, they got their shit kicked out of them by Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And they got a 9-4 Baltimore team who, with their backup, just beat Pittsburgh. And you're telling me that this is a pick'em game on a neutral site? I'm thinking this is a Baltimore thing here.
Yeah. Dude, you're saying, oh my God. Uh-oh.
Yo, bring me another beer.
Bring the guy into the beer. Beer here.
I need a beer.
Dude, you're pounding. I love it. Beer game's strong.
5 in.
Let's go.
Attaboy. Thank you much. Thanks, Liam.
Was that an Eagle shirt he had on?
No, I think it was Kermit the Frog. Liam is our eccentric one of the group. He's,
hey, Disney, let's go.
Hey, man, I'm good with it.
All right.
I'm kind of feeling Baltimore on this.
I'm feeling Baltimore as well, yeah.
Yeah, dude, I just feel like Baltimore's got more to play for. They're neck and neck with Cincinnati. They have to keep pace with Cincinnati. Cincinnati right now, the Bengals, and we'll talk about them when we get to Sunday's games. But if the Bengals win out, okay, and Kansas City loses 1 on the way out, the road to the Super Bowl from the AFC will come through Cincinnati.
Right.
Because Cincinnati will have beaten Buffalo along the way, and they own the tiebreaker with Kansas City. Yeah. These people here are pretty pumped, dude.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting weekend.
So then move to the night game where they are expecting a foot of snow in Baltimore tomorrow night.
Dolphins and Bills game, right?
Yeah, they're expecting a foot of snow in Orchard Park tomorrow. They're expecting 3 feet over the course of the weekend, but a foot by tomorrow night.
Which they were talking about the Bills building a new stadium with either half dome or retractable shit, right? Yeah. Which would be great, but they should not put that on the citizens. That should come right out NFL.
You think so?
Yeah, come on, man. I mean, it's been an open field for how many years now?
Yeah, I think there's some. Well, so look, dude. Any team that ever wants to have the hope of hosting a Super Bowl has to have at least a retractable dome. It's a requirement by the NFL.
Yeah, you have to.
Right. So Tennessee, when they did the draft,
keep it grass.
2019.
Keep it grass, though.
Well, Arizona figured that out. They kept natural grass, but have a dome because it's 100,000 degrees there.
Yeah, that turf shit is whack.
But so Tennessee got the draft in 2019, did a great job. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the precursor for can you handle a Super Bowl? Problem is Nissan Stadium is an outdoor. They have to have at least a dome. So you got a lot of talk about a new stadium in Nashville as well.
I mean, even if it's a half dome or just maybe have it.
NFL rules, you got to be able to retract it. They do not want the weather to fuck with it. I kind of lean the other direction. I liked it when the NFL did the Super Bowl in New York.
Oh, at MetLife. Yeah. At MetLife. Yeah.
You know, give me the elements, dude. Let's see what you're really all about. But, dude, that's not what sells. They're not, I believe the game is won in the trenches. 20% of the people that watch NFL football are like us.
Hmm.
The 80% of the people that watch football want to see a high-scoring shootout.
Yeah, we're roughnecks. We want to see.
We're just old school, dude.
Yeah,
It just is what it is. You know,
yeah.
we're get off my lawn. I mean, I'm much more that way with baseball than I am anything else. And you and I are going to do a baseball show at some point.
Oh yeah.
When we get closer to spring training, that's happening.
Yeah, that with baseball, you know me, man. I'll do my homework.
We very much see eye to eye on, and not just because we're both Yankees fans, but because I think we both believe in the integrity of the baseball game. These people aren't gonna. These guys just not baseball fans. They tried this year, and they're gonna keep trying because the Phillies are good. Yeah. But they're kind of Johnny come lately for the most part.
Yeah.
But Miami at Buffalo, so you got a foot of snow expected tomorrow in Orchard Park.
They did suffer some injuries in last week's game, didn't they? Dolphins.
Yeah, well, I think the Dolphins. One of the biggest problems the Dolphins have had is Jalen Waddle has completely disappeared. Now I don't know if they're just saying, okay, we're going to let Tyreek Hill beat us, but we're going to take away everyone else, or I compare it a lot to the Cincinnati situation. Cincinnati has a nice wide receiver core, just like Miami does. Cincinnati, their number one is Jamar Chase. It's not even a question, right? But I believe their passing offense looks a lot better when T. Higgins is also heavily involved. Shift over to Miami. Obviously, Tyreek Hill is a human joystick.
The cheetah
is the cheetah.
Yeah.
But that passing offense looks a ton better when Jalen Waddle is heavily involved. So if you take away Waddle, can Tua and Hill beat you on their own?
Ooh.
The last few weeks would tell you, no.
No, you can't. They beat us. Look at the first play against the Niners. It was like 2 seconds in the second play. They threw it down to Tyreek and touchdown. No, it wasn't Tyreek. It was oh geez, I'm brain farting here. Too many whiskeys. Anyways, they scored within 2 minutes of the first quarter of the Niners and Dolphins game. But fun fact, which I read today, and maybe Dominguez can speak on this, or 305. Tyreek Hill shows up to his practice and football games in a red Dodge minivan. I mean, I read that today. I'm like, what the fuck?
Dude,
he goes to work in a minivan. He's like, what? So what?
If we didn't already have a lock for the first ever BOTW, that might be a candidate.
And that's what I was trying to find. We got to buy.
Well, you were trying to find a BOTW. We're not going to beat the one we've already got.
No.
It's not going to happen. We've already got the one.
Maybe they can deny or confirm for me. But Tyreek Hill shows up in a Dodge.
Well, I can tell you, if anyone knows, it's Ashley Nataliana, the 305 Sports Babe.
Come on, 305. Help us out here.
She is very, and much to Lou's chagrin, she is very much interested in what Tyreek Hill is doing.
Well, he was actually on a podcast admitting to it, and he had these dark sunglasses, hoodie. He's just like, yeah, and what's the big deal? And I feel like
Tyreek Hill is that guy where if he plays for your team, you love him.
Yeah.
But outside of that, he's a complete douchebag.
Oh man, when I see him on the
and then
field,
there's the whole domestic abuse shit.
Oh, right, that's right.
Like even in college and then again in the pros, like I got kind of a problem with that. Look, don't get me wrong. The guy's amazing. He is wicked fast.
He is fast.
I mean, Grady asked me about a week ago, who's the fastest guy you ever saw, play football? And I always say Deion Sanders. Deion it was just stupid speed. Like he would let a receiver get 5 yards on him because he knew he could close the gap.
on both sides of the ball too. Both sides. The guy was amazing, man. Prime time, baby.
But so again, back to the game.
Yeah, here we go.
Right, back to that set. Back to tomorrow night's game. They still have the line at 43.5, even in a fucking blizzard. You got Buffalo giving 7. Now, I text Lou earlier, and I have a group text with him and Chris. We talk a lot of baseball. And I text and I said, Lou, is it true that I'm seeing a foot of snow in Buffalo tomorrow night? And Chris immediately responds, laugh out loud. I love it. And Lou is like, and Lou brings up a good point. He's like, that might be the only way to slow down Josh Allen.
That's a good point.
And it is. However, if there's wind and snow, who has the upper hand as far as quarterbacks? Tua or Josh Allen?
Dude, Josh Allen
has a fucking cannon. Dude.
He has the strength. And not only he's proven to be more built for the game, I think.
Tua is, don't get me wrong, Tua accuracy was never Tua's problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked about this a few weeks ago right here on this show about Tua. I did a whole thing about Tua and Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're always going to be linked together because of the whole Alabama thing. The questions on the two of them, Jalen, it was
who's the third guy? It was wasn't it Mac Jones?
Not in that group.
No.
Because what you had was Jalen was the starter, and then they pulled him in the championship game, and Tua wins the championship game. Well, next year Tua gets hurt, and Jalen has to come back in and save the day. And they kind of did this, and then Jalen transferred to Oklahoma, and you can make the case he should have won the Heisman that year, while Tua enjoyed a very injury-plagued season.
That's right.
So the knocks on these guys were, Jalen, it was accuracy and arm strength. Whereas Tua, it was arm strength and injuries.
Mm-hmm.
The arm strength is still a problem with Tua. Not as much. He's worked on it. But when you talk about Orchard Park in a fucking blizzard, it might be a way to slow down Josh Allen, but what the hell is Tua going to do in a blizzard when he already doesn't push the ball downfield much?
Right. His inaccuracy did show in the Niners game. With this inclement weather coming on, it's been raining really strong here in Connecticut. It's been faring more south, obviously stronger towards the north. Buffalo's what? 6
Buffalo's on the border of Canada, bro.
Yeah, it's like 6 hours north from here.
It's right across. It's actually right across the lake. Right across the Niagara River from Canada.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is anything north of where I live, let's say 25 minutes, it's all snow. So I can only imagine what Buffalo's looking like.
So to me, I mean, the snow is one thing. The wind.
Now, yeah. That's
if the wind's at Tua's back, it's okay. It'll actually help him. But if he's got to face it, if he's got to have it in his face, this is a guy who does not have an incredibly strong arm to begin with. Jalen Hurts would face the same problem. I think Jalen Hurts has worked a little harder, but ultimately, and we saw it against the Giants. He tried to air one out deep later in the game, and he's literally got to throw it off the screen.
Right.
To get it to go 45 yards.
So maybe we'll see a running game. There'll be a lot of screen passes, a lot of up the middle, I formation or whatever.
Which would go to Lou's point because Buffalo doesn't really have a strong running game. They don't have strong running, but Singletary's okay, but he's not good.
No.
Miami comes in with Raheem Mostert and Justin
Niners.
Wilson.
Sorry. And Jeff Wilson.
Who they got from the Niners as well.
Oh, yeah. Half that team is Niners.
I would look for Wilson because he's the bigger back, cold weather, sloppy conditions. He can stick his shoulder into people. Mostert's a speed guy.
Yeah. Jeff holds the ball hard. He grips that ball.
He runs angry, dude.
Yeah.
He runs angry.
Yeah.
Ashley would tell you that Raheem Mostert is the fastest man on the Miami Dolphins roster. She says he's faster than Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I mean, he was holding the record last year for what was it, 22 miles? No, I might be wrong. I'm off.
That ain't going to help you too much in a foot of snow, though.
No. But as far as Tyreek Hill and the fastest guy, I did see that Mozart held it down as the top speed. And we're talking about, yards after catch. Yeah.
I still think that Buffalo gets that game. Now, it might not be by 7, That might be like a 7-3 ball game.
So
given the
what do you
conditions.
think? Right.
But I still think Buffalo gets that game.
It's going to be a low-scoring game for sure.
With those conditions, it should be. I still think Buffalo gets that game.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we got? That's the Saturday. So I've got Minnesota covering the spread. I've got Baltimore. I'll take Baltimore and the points.
I'm with you on that.
Buffalo. I'm not sure Buffalo covers the spread just because the weather conditions are going to be shit. And then you shift over to Sunday.
We got Falcons and Saints at 1.
Let's go Atlanta because I want that draft pick.
I see what you're doing there.
Absolutely. Saints by 4 in New Orleans. But and did you see that Marcus Mariota just left?
No.
He left.
What?
Yep. I've got personal things I have to take care of. He just left the team.
See ya.
So it's going to be Desmond Ridder, the kid out of Cincinnati, who looks oddly like he's like 37 years old already.
That's going to be interesting.
But yeah, so it'll be.
So you got a 5-8 Atlanta. You got 4-9 Saints. Dude, who's watching that game?
Not many people. I will watch. It'll be on my. Well, I'll be at the bar. I'll be at the back porch. But I mean, I'll have my eye on it just because of the draft pick thing. Yep. Other than that, I could honestly give a shit.
So you're looking for Saints to lose to get that draft pick?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Pittsburgh at Carolina is another one that nobody really gives a shit. I mean, you're talking about a 3-point spread and a 37.5 over.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the big 1:00 game.
Eagles,
Philadelphia at Chicago.
Yep, big game.
Philly by 9 in Chicago.
Ooh.
Not going to be surprised if we cover that. Chicago's not a good football team.
Yeah, no.
They're just not. Now, the only thing that would skew that is like, again, it's got trap game written all over it.
Yeah.
In between division games, we know next week is enormous. Can't look ahead. And Chicago playing at home. Justin Fields has done his thing on the ground. Again, 21 or 23 touchdowns, but he's turned it over 16 times.
Mm-hmm.
We have the number 1 turnover ratio in the league coming into that.
I
expect us to kind of waltz through this, to be honest.
I feel some interception coming on, bro. I feel a bunch of that going on, or some pressure on the definitely
containment blitz, though.
Right.
Containment blitz, because if you just try to bull rush right at him, he's just going to sneak out and take off.
Yeah.
So containment blitz. The other big one at 1:00 is Dallas at Jacksonville. So Jacksonville, in case anyone hasn't noticed, has been playing actually decent football over the last few weeks. And this is another one that can be a trap game for the Cowboys. On the road against a team that's really just like playing fast and loose, dude. They have no shot at the playoffs. They're just out there,
They have none to lose.
Lawrence has played well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
he's kind of fell off the face of the earth, but I mean,
well, he's in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
But I think Doug Peterson has brought a very calming influence to that whole thing down there. After the mess with Urban Meyer last year.
Yep.
Herb the Perv, as I've been calling him.
Hey.
But I mean, Doug Peterson's come down there. He's installed a decent system, and he's brought, like I said, a very calming influence. And they're 5-8. I mean, they're light years better than they were last year.
Right.
And I think Dallas, they're another one, just like us tomorrow or on Sunday. You don't want to go in there thinking, okay, I got to look, next week is what matters. Well, no, what matters is right now.
Yeah, right.
Because, Dallas, especially for Dallas, if they lose that game and we stomp the Bears, now granted it's not over yet, but like all we need is one more win, even if we lose the Dallas game. Dallas has to win out to get it.
I mean, for the fair part, Cowboys is a healthy team.
They're about to ink Odell Beckham.
Right.
Now Quimby is not concerned. I, however, am. Because I think Odell Beckham slides into that slot wide receiver position.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. He'll be the slot receiver.
No,
because CeeDee Lamb's going to be on one side, Gallup will be on the other, and OBJ is going to go in the slot. For us as a defense, Avonte Maddox is a really strong slot corner, but he's been banged up a lot this year.
Yeah, right.
And if all of a sudden he can't go, now it's Josiah Scott. Don't get me wrong, does a decent job when he's got to, but OBJ will eat him for breakfast.
You know, I don't know. I'm kind of tossed up on that. You know, CD Lamb has good hands. That's just about it. That's all he really has. He can't.
I don't think he's all that special.
He can't run a route for shit. The guy can't do shit.
I don't think the Cowboys are all that special. I think Micah Parsons is special.
Yeah.
Another one that breaks my heart, Penn State. We are. And the part that really breaks my heart, we ended up with Devontae Smith, the Heisman winner. Don't get me wrong, I am not complaining. That kid runs great routes. He's got good hands. He's got great speed. But we traded out of the number 6 spot in that draft. And we traded that pick to Dallas. Dallas used it.
Right.
Used it to take Micah Parsons. We could have had Micah Parsons.
Yeah, but I mean, Micah Parsons,
he's special, dude.
He is special, but
he's special, dude.
And I might be, a little bit,
Well, everybody hates Dallas.
Yeah. Everyone.
I mean, they're that fucking team. If you're not a fan of Dallas, you fucking hate Dallas.
America's team, right? That boy. Yeah. Shut up. Yeah.
Right. Do one of these.
Yeah. See ya.
And that's the other one. So you got Jacksonville +4. I mean, I say the lines just to throw it out there. To
I'll call the line.
Is thinking.
Yep.
So again, that tells you on a neutral site, they're thinking it's a 1-point spread. They're thinking it's a pick 'em.
Yeah,
a field goal game. So Dallas,
and it's at home. It's at home as well.
It's in Jacksonville. Yep. Granted, they don't have much of an home field advantage because nobody goes to those fucking games. But
80 people,
right? Dozens of people are here to watch you play.
Yeah.
Move on from that to the 4 o'clock.
Did you talk about Lions and Jets? We didn't do.
I did not talk Lions and Jets.
Let's do Lions.
So Mike White is out.
Yes,
that got announced today. They're going to start Zach
Wilson, right?
Zach the MILF Hunter Wilson will be the starting quarterback for the Jets.
Goldilocks.
Right. I honestly believe that I don't think he'll be in the NFL more than his rookie contract because I think he's just going to go do porn.
I mean, hey, there might be a market for that. Who knows?
I think he's going to start a site called, MILF Hunter or whatever, and I think he's going to do porn. No. And he's just going to have his mom's friends over, and he's going to fuck the shit out of them.
Hey,
while we're watching.
A little sci-fi going on there.
But I mean, look, Detroit brings a lot of offense, and Detroit now. Okay, so good. I'm glad you brought this game up. So the Giants have fallen on their face, right?
Yes.
Started out 7-2. They're 0-4-1 in their last 5.
Right.
Seattle has fallen on their face, right? They're another one. They're what did I say? They're 1-4 in their last 5. What that's done is brought a 6-7 Detroit team back into the playoff fold, to where a win at New York would be enormous for that Detroit team.
Dude, I'm excited for them. They've done some fun stuff.
Because it's Detroit.
Yeah. They've done some good things.
And it's just like, Jesus, Detroit's in the playoff mix? What the fuck is going on?
What are you guys doing?
It's like, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited for them.
I like Dan Campbell. He's hard-nosed. He brings a badass attitude to shit. And the Jets with Zach Wilson suck. They suck.
I feel bad for Robert Saleh.
I feel bad for Garrett Wilson, the wide receiver out of Ohio State.
Oh, yeah.
So when we set up that fantasy league this year, I drafted a ton of rookie wide receivers because I thought there were a bunch of them that could make an impact. I drafted Drake London. I drafted Chris Olave. By the way, Chris Olave is the best wide receiver in New Orleans, even if Michael Thomas is on the roster. Keep that in the back of your head going forward.
Holy shit.
And I drafted Garrett Wilson. And Garrett Wilson is easily the best receiver on that Jets roster. With Mike White under center. What's that?
Thomas is overrated.
Well, he's not, get on the fucking field.
Yeah.
Get on the field. Your most valuable attribute is your availability. And this guy don't have it. He's like street clothes out there in LA with the basketball.
Exactly.
Fucking Anthony Davis. Like Grady was talking about him at the start of the show. Anthony Davis has been so great. I'm like, yeah, how long is that going to last before he's fucking hurt again?
Right.
Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley is one of my favorite analysts. He just calls it like it is. He called Anthony Davis street clothes.
Terrible.
He called him street clothes on the fucking TNT broadcast, dude. Street clothes. He's like, who? Street clothes? What are we talking about? Street clothes? Like, I was dying.
Dead up. Let's go.
So yeah, I think that game has some intrigue, dude, and I'll be interested to see what Detroit does.
Oh yeah. That's gonna be a fun game. I will watch that game. Yeah.
Yeah. So where we're at the back porch, so we have our TV with the Eagles, and then there's a smaller TV kind of right up here. Usually that's on the fucking Bengals game. Bengals play at 425. So we're gonna get our pick of the litter. Now, honestly, we're probably gonna put the Dallas game on that because that's the one that means something to us.
You have to, yeah.
But I'll be checking that Detroit score for sure. Because they get into the playoffs, they could be a sneaky pain in the ass with that offense of theirs, even though they'd be on the road. One thing to keep in mind about Detroit before you get too hyped up on them. Jared Goff has Jared Goff has looked great. Well, Jared Goff has thrown 22 touchdown passes this year. 20 of them have come at home. 2 on the road.
Ooh.
So they've been hot lately, but 5 of their last 6 have been at home. They closed the season with 3 of their last 4 on the road. So something's going to have to give. They're going to have to figure it out on the road.
Yeah.
And if they get into the playoffs, they're going to have to figure it out on the road. But I think they could be a sneaky pain in the ass with that offense of theirs. I like Detroit in that game with Zach.
I like Detroit in that.
I do. Even on the road, the Jets with Zach Wilson stink, dude. Zach Wilson's just not a good quarterback.
What's the spread on that?
The spread is CBS has as 1.5, so pick it.
Yeah, Detroit all day. Then we have the 4 or 5 game Cardinals Broncos.
Yeah, there's no intrigue there at all.
There's nothing there. I mean, a lot of the games. A lot of teams this year, it's either you're up here, you're down here. There's just like.
I mean, Arizona just lost
Kyler
Murray for the rest of the year.
Yep.
Cliff Kingsbury is going to lose his job. This is a battle of 2 coaches that are going to lose their jobs at the end of the year.
And
Russell Wilson's been awful.
Wilson is just
he's been awful. But as bad as he's been, Nathaniel Hackett has been equally bad as a head coach.
So last night's game, they were showing comparison to Geno Smith to Wilson. It's just hilarious how they do.
Russ Taylor, I shit you not, I was doing my hair. He just said, I'm back. Shit you not, I was there. Yeah, we're still here, man.
Let's go.
We're 2.5 hours strong, and I'm a 6-pack in. Let's
go. We're 2.5. Oh, let's go. This is a long show. I love it, bro. Unhappy Gilmore show on Green Legion Radio, man. Let's go, man.
It's like I told you last night, man. I can do this all day, every day, forever.
Oh, dude.
What's important to me is that whoever comes on this show is comfortable.
Oh, yeah. I'm comfortable.
Whether you're comfortable with 3 hours, an hour, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 seconds, whatever.
This is amazing, man.
And that's just the way I roll.
Yeah.
Opportunities afforded to me need to be paid forward. That's the way I look at it. That Arizona Denver game, I'd rather watch cats fuck.
All right, let's just move on from that. That's a waste of time.
Patriots.
Wait, what? You said cats fuck?
I'd rather watch cats fuck. Yeah. No, there's no.
All right. So here we are with Sunday's 4 or 5 game. Patriots against Raiders. Yep.
Again, I mean, Patriots are fighting for their playoff life, so there is some intrigue there. The Raiders fucking stink.
I'm all about the Bay and the Raiders.
Fair.
Yeah. Shout out to Cappy, a really good friend of both of ours.
Love Cap to death.
Yeah.
He knows it.
He knows it. He knows we love him.
He also knows that I fucking hate every team in football if they don't play if they're not the Philadelphia Eagles. So
fair enough.
And at the end of this season, Josh McDaniels would lose his job too if the Raiders could afford to pay another person to not coach their team. So, hey, Raiders fans, if you're listening, you are going to be stuck with McDaniels for at least 1 more year.
Oh, solid.
At least.
And so we got
Tennessee at At the Chargers.
Oh, at the Chargers.
That's the 4 o'clock game.
Oh, that's
the
a
one.
7-6 game.
This one and the next one are really the two that are that have all the intrigue at 4 o'clock. Actually, that's going to be the CBS 425 game. Well, depending on where you live, you'll get either that or Bengals Bucks. I'll get Bengals Bucks.
I'll get
but Titans at Chargers. Chargers by 3 at home. So again, neutral site. Pick them. Both these teams fighting for playoff. Now, Tennessee has the luxury of playing in the second shittiest division in football. So they're still leading that division at 7-6.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one could make the argument that Jacksonville, if they win out and Tennessee continues to struggle, that AFC South could get very interesting, especially if Tennessee goes ahead and beats Dallas on Sunday.
Especially with how many weeks left. I mean, it's going to change.
All of a sudden, all the Nashville fans' buttholes pucker up real tight, like, we're going to blow it. We're going to blow it.
Yeah.
And that Chargers team is playing better football now. Their defense is not bad.
They're locking in.
So over the summer, I talked about rookies and their contracts and a couple of guys that are going to be coming up for contracts soon. One of those guys is Justin Herbert. But the problem Justin Herbert's going to have is he's going to be compared to Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts.
The market changes for him.
Lamar Jackson. Yeah. Now, Jalen Hurts is putting up an MVP-type season. He's led his team to the playoffs once already. Lamar Jackson has won an MVP and has led his team to the playoffs every year he's been in the league. However, he stunk in the playoffs.
Yep.
The problem is Justin Herbert hasn't even gone to a fucking playoff game yet. So this kid is going to have to step on the accelerator for his own, personal wealth, really, at this point, or he's going to fall behind these guys because Burrow is going to start. Burrow's contract talks are going to start next year.
Right.
Jalen Hurts, there's already numbers being thrown around that make me sick. Lamar Jackson bet on himself this year, which has turned out to backfire on him.
And then now he's hurt.
And he wasn't really, he was blowing some fourth quarter games already.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is Justin Herbert might be the most talented passer of that group, and he's not made the playoffs yet. You know who Justin Herbert is right now? He's Phillip Rivers.
Ooh. Okay, I mean, that's not that bad. That's a good comparison. I mean
also a fucking Charger.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the guy's got long blonde locks. He might be the
he might be a dreamy looking kid out there in Southern California. But if you don't make a fucking playoff game, kid, you ain't worth shit.
See ya.
So that's going to get to be an interesting situation. I like the Chargers.
You going Chargers? I'm going to go Titans.
I like the Chargers.
I'm going to go Titans only because
I like the Chargers at home. Now, granted, they don't have a home field advantage. The Chargers basically play 17 away games. They have no home. They should not have left San Diego.
I feel that the Tennessee Titans still have some gas in the tank with Derrick Henry, and I mean that's a
11
team that
carries, 30 yards. For anyone listening, Philadelphia Eagles fans,
I know we went
30 yards.
we went over that already.
Where's your crown, King? Nothing. Fucking Queen Henry, get out of here.
I just love the energy they brought back. What was it, 2 years ago? 2 or 3 years ago. They were a strong team, man. They were a force to reckon with. So being a West Coast guy, living in the East Coast, I'm gonna go Titans, man. I'm gonna go Titans.
Going Tennessee. You like the Titans, huh?
Yeah.
Should we bet a muffin on that?
A breakfast muffin?
Yeah, like I have to DoorDash you some food.
Got you. Consider it done.
All right. So are we factoring in the spread or no? Or are we just gonna go straight up?
No. Let's go straight up. Let's go straight up.
All right. So I got the Chargers. You got Tennessee.
Yep.
And winner picks breakfast or whatever.
Done.
I'm not trying to break the banquet here. It's fucking
no.
You know what I mean?
Done.
Russ Taylor's all over it over here, man. He's all over it. Russ Taylor, he is Phillip Rivers, but at least he can back out of a driveway. Phillip Rivers can't back out of anything, especially his wife's pussy.
Let's go. His pullout game is whack. He's got a bad pullout game, baby.
Yeah.
Thank you, Russ. We
Green
need
Legion Radio, when I tell you that this room is the best, I mean it.
Dude, that's awesome.
Think about the Titans. Russ Taylor again. Think about the Titans. GM fired while in place, and you make the playoffs. Dude, I like to think, and I know it's probably bullshit, Russ, but I like to think that the fact that A.J. Brown lit them up like a fucking Christmas tree was the final nail in that guy's coffin in Tennessee.
A.J. Brown was on fire that night, bro.
And it was on purpose.
Yeah, no, great pickup.
Jalen Hurts was just throwing the ball out to him like, dude, go torch your former team.
I loved it.
So the other 425 game.
Which is the Bengals
at Bucks.
Bucks at Bucks.
So Cincinnati.
So
again,
I'm gonna be right
Baltimore.
back. I have to break the seal. Go ahead and start, and I'll jump in and finish.
Gotcha. So Bengals at Bucks. We talked about it earlier. If the Bengals win out and Kansas City loses one, the road to the Super Bowl in the AFC will come through Cincinnati. And look, I understand that the Bengals have beaten Kansas City 3 times in the last calendar year. I get it. They won the AFC Championship game at Kansas City last year. Totally get it. But there's only so many times you can go to that well before Patrick Mahomes finally just is Patrick Mahomes. The other part of that is I think the Bengals feel confident going to Kansas City. But if I'm Cincinnati, I do not want to go to Buffalo for an AFC Championship game. That'll be a city that will be absolutely on fire, especially after last year with the 13 seconds and all of that shit. That whole city will completely lose its mind. I expect the Bengals to come out firing on all cylinders. Now, the problem the Bengals are going to have is it doesn't look like T. Higgins is going to go, and Boyd is also hurt. So you're talking about Chase and their tight end, Hunter Hurst, is hurt. So you're talking about a Bengals team that's going to come out with Burrow, Chase, and Mixon. Now, Tampa Bay's not been good, right? They've just not. And here comes Fito back to the mix here. And he'll jump in and give me some help here.
Let's go.
So, talking about the Bengals. Now, I'm here in Cincinnati, and I hear the noise all the time. And like I said before, if the Bengals win out and Kansas City dumps one, the road to the Super Bowl will come through Cincinnati. It is my belief that the Bengals need that to get back to another Super Bowl.
Definitely.
I understand that the Bengals have beaten Kansas City 3 times in the last calendar year. I know they won the AFC Championship at Kansas City last year. But like I just said a couple of minutes ago, I don't think you can continue to go to that well and think you're going to keep beating Kansas City. Right? Sooner or later, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and that offense, they're going to figure it out, and they're going to bite you.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
The other part to that is Cincinnati does not want to go to Buffalo for an AFC Championship. And that's really what Cincinnati needs to be looking at, is where the road to the playoffs has to go through to get to that bowl. They were in a Super Bowl last year. That's the goal. You've raised the bar that high. So, I mean, if they have to go to Buffalo, they've got to be confident going to Kansas City. But if they have to go to Buffalo, dude, that city will be on fire. Dude, Buffalo, they are just ravenous for a winner, dude. They've got their guy in Josh Allen. If they get to an AFC Championship game at home, advantage Buffalo, without a doubt. If Kansas City is back in an AFC Championship game at home, advantage Kansas City. However, if Cincinnati is home for an AFC Championship game, advantage Bengals. So for all of those reasons, I would lean Bengals in this game, even at Tampa Bay against the GOAT. However, the Bengals have a big problem this week, and it's called injuries. T. Higgins may not be able to go.
Oh, really?
Boyd isn't looking good for this game.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Hunter Hurst, the tight end, isn't looking good for this game. So you may be looking at Burrow, Chase, and Mixon, which should be enough because the Buccaneers have not been good, as you fucking showed us all last week.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's still the GOAT at home, and the GOAT still got to get some wins.
You know, they might be exposed at that point, and Buccaneers, their defense is not that bad. I mean,
It's not, but the offense isn't staying on the field long enough to keep them fresh.
Exactly. Yeah. The GOAT is the GOAT. You and I pretty much have the same feeling about him. I just don't think he has the tools to finish that game out. Burrows is a strong player, bro.
Special, dude.
Yeah, even with the injuries, he's going to figure it out. And obviously with the coaching staff there too.
I think the Bengals have a ton riding on these last 4 weeks here, dude.
Right.
And I think for all those reasons, they know that Buffalo game is looming, even though it's here in Cincinnati. They know they have to win everything else around it to set themselves up for a game against Buffalo. The Bengals by 3.5.
And it's in a warm climate, so they're gonna be fine.
I lean Bengals here, dude.
Yeah.
Even if it's a healthy dose of Joe Mixon and the game is not that pretty,
right?
Joe Mixon's perfectly capable of carrying that fucking team.
I do Bengals as well there too.
Yeah, I like the Bengals in that game. So then you go to the Sunday night game. Giants at Giants at the Vagiants. The Vagiants at the Commodes. And really, I will tell you now.
Look at the record, though. Look at the record.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, it speaks for
itself. They tied their last time out.
Yeah.
Which is the only thing keeping either of them in play.
7-5-1.
It's hurting Detroit right now that they tied.
Yeah.
7-5-1, both of them. Washington by 5 at home. I'm sorry, Desi, but I think your Giants have gone past the tipping point here.
They went strong in the beginning.
Yep. A lot of one possession games, fourth quarter stuff.
They did really well. I'm not convinced with this head coach. I'm not.
Oh, I like Dable. I just don't think he's got the tools. There are no wide receivers to speak of on that fucking team. It is. You may as well call him the New York Saquon Barkleys.
What?
I mean,
that's all they had.
You saw what happened this past week. We bottled his ass up, and they couldn't sniff the fucking end zone until we kind of we were already blowing them out.
Yeah, he twittered something about not being able to take the team on his shoulders. Like this, he's like a one man army. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're a good player.
Is he wrong?
No, I mean, he's not. He's not wrong, but it's just.
And Blue's Clues is not there. Daniel Jones looks like the actor you would hire to play Eli Manning in a movie about Eli Manning's life. That's what he looks like.
Touche, my
friend. Complete with drool cup underneath his fucking chin.
You definitely have that. Yeah, gotta have that.
You gotta have the drool cup.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but this is Commodes. I think they're way more inspired with Taylor Heineke.
This is your division.
They're getting healthier as the season's going on. I think they're a pain in the ass in the fucking playoffs, even though they'll be on the road. The Giants, they're just not a good football team. They played it way over their skis in the first half. I see this as a Commodes, and I think they cover the spread.
Yeah. Blessings to my brothers and sisters and my wife in this game here.
Yeah, you know it too, though, don't you?
Yeah. What's funny, bro? It's just that I'm New York fan all the way, 100%.
Except for football.
Except for football.
And I'm the same way.
Yeah, and when it comes to football, it's just a different animal. It's a more impactful.
Sorry to interrupt the show here, but Russ Taylor drops in. Wawa is coming to Ohio.
What? No, that's Krausers. It's Krausers.
So Russ, hang on here. Is this is the same Wawa that their sandwiches have gotten shittier over the years? Like Quimby can't fucking stand them anymore. So
is it the ones that come into plastic?
I'm going to need a full rundown here because Wawa used to be the shit. But if they're coming to Ohio, dude, that might be kind of a big deal out here for us, for those of us from the Northeast.
So, anyways,
get another beer.
Get the man another beer. Let's go.
Come on.
So with the Giants, I
look, I get it with your wife, dude.
I
totally get it. You're supportive, and you should be. To an extent,
yeah.
Look at my beautiful brother. No, I don't want all of them.
Bring them all.
I don't want them all.
I need one. I need one.
Well, I can't virtually give you a beer.
Cheers, my friend.
My brother.
Oh yeah, Bud Light.
Cheers to the Green Legion.
Green Legion, let's go. Happy hour.
Affording me this opportunity to do this. I can tell you all, Fito, I'm glad you're the guy that's on tonight.
Yeah,
all of you that are still hanging with us in the room, I know the crowd has kind of dwindled as we've gone on for almost 3 hours.
It's fine.
But
this is what you and I do all the time.
You guys, thank you. This is getting the opportunity. So I took a broadcasting class when I was in my early 20s, and I never did anything with it, and I felt like it had kind of passed me by. And then, social media starts happening. This sort of thing starts to become a thing. And what really kicked it into high gear was was COVID, where everybody was stuck home and podcasts just started popping up out of everywhere. And so I started joining Quimby's, and then he talked to me one night, and he asked me if I'd like to do my own. And I said, fuck yeah, man.
He knew it.
Let's go.
He saw it. Saw it. Oh yeah.
And I owe a lot to him, and a lot to all of you. I say it 1,000 times. Without the room, without my friends, without, I can sit here and talk to them blue in the face, but if nobody's paying attention, nobody's listening, it doesn't fucking mean anything.
Right.
So you guys are really what makes this happen. I'm just a guy. I'm just a fan with an opinion. Strong opinion. Don't get me wrong, and I pride myself on being right a lot.
Healthy.
But at the same time, you got to admit when you're wrong. And I think I do a pretty good job of that. I'm not so arrogant that I can't admit when I'm wrong. But you guys are what makes this. You guys are what makes this go. Yeah, no, you guys are the best. And Fito, that includes you. That includes my boy Mike at the back porch. Our friend John, who wanted to join tonight, but I was trying to text him during the week. I don't know if he's really set up to do it from his house, so I may have to have him on when I do a show from the back porch. He's a good dude too. He's part of our crew every Sunday. He brings it every fucking Sunday, man. In his Fletcher Cox jersey. He's oh yeah, man. No, he's there every week. Yeah, he's great. John's a good dude, and we got a good crew up there, man. It started with just Mike and I, and then we got John, and now of course our fiancés and me with my family, and it's a good time.
Yeah,
so,
that's why I'm happy to be. I'm happy.
Good time, man.
Oh man, trust.
No, and being able to bring in guys like you and my friend Sam. Sam is going to join us the last week of the year, right before New Year's.
Nice.
And he'll be a good show. He was actually at the Heisman Trophy award ceremony.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Okay.
You guys are the first ones to hear that.
Anybody
who's still listening or whatever, who listens later, and you guys still in the room, we're gonna grill Sam up and down about the Heisman Trophy day, and that included a dinner and 2-hour pre thing,
right?
Where he was sending me pictures with Steve Spurrier. Fucking
shit.
It was badass. Johnny Manziel, Tim Tebow. Yeah, no, it was.
Dude, I'm on there.
Yeah,
remind me. I'm on there.
I told him, I'm like, dude, I don't get jealous because I think jealousy is a weakness. And I think envy is a weakness too. I said, but what I look at is dude, that is just fucking flat out awesome. And that is a bucket list thing.
But that's a great thing to bring up because part of the show is just being a fan, right? Whether you just love the sport. I keep saying this. It's just,
guys, I'm no different than any of you. There's nothing special about me.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that happens outside of the show happens right outside that door. You just saw my kids bring me a beer.
My man.
Okay? You guys that follow me on Facebook and anywhere else in social media, you see my posts. I'm a knucklehead. I'm posting shitty memes. I'm posting pictures of my kids. Consecutive posts could be one where a meme is just raunchy and disgusting, and the next post is a picture of my daughter's face.
Like I said, you're my asshole. You're my asshole. I love you. You're the guy. You're that guy.
And I think that's why Quimby, took a liking to me because he's usually everybody's asshole. So
hello, this is how this works.
Yeah. It's a good time. It's a great, it's a great atmosphere. It's a great group. It's like I've said 1,000 times. I'm ridiculously fortunate. Moving away from Connecticut, while it sucked, I miss you. I miss friends. I miss family. Really, when you get this far removed, dude, and you've been gone for this long, I tell you what you miss more than anything else is the fucking food. Dude, you can't replace the food.
When you came to my house to eat, you were just like, oh my God.
Oh, dude, I knew what I was walking into too. Travis had told me, he's like, dude, that's the best breakfast ever. And I'm like, and it's shit, I'm gonna eat all of it. Right. By the time you're done, it's all smooth and round.
Yeah.
There's no wrinkles left in it. You gotta wear sweatpants,
I sometimes feel like she's making me ugly so that no one else wants me. So she has me for herself,
So back to the memes. I posted one yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It's the key to looking great is looking like shit most of the time. So that's the bigger surprise.
Seriously, no, that's what it is. Real talk, bro. Real talk.
I think I pull that off pretty well. I look like a bag of that. And I tell these guys every week on Sunday, I'm like, look, I throw that $300 jersey on. I could put on an $80 pair of jeans.
Yeah,
it's still draped over 215 pounds of pure dog shit.
Yep. Yeah. Now I know why you don't wear that. What jersey you showed me the other night?
That's my son's jersey. I gave it to him.
Yeah.
Well, because it doesn't fit me. It's fat guy in a little coat.
Fat guy.
I mean, my arms would be out here, and it's a shame too because it's a really nice jersey. It's a Randall Cunningham jersey, and I'd love to wear it.
That's what I meant to. Yeah, the Cunningham
but
jersey.
But that fucking thing, dude. Like my arms would look like the Ultimate Warrior. To be all veins popping out not because I'm huge, but because the circulation would get cut off.
Oh yeah.
And it's just bad. That would be so off on my tits. Yeah, it'd be no good.
All right, enough of your tits.
Enough with the tits.
Last game,
the Monday night game, right?
Monday night game, 12-19. It's an 8-15 game. You've got Packers at home, Rams visiting. It's Rams 4-9. What?
There is no intrigue in this game at all.
You really think so?
I don't think there's shit. There's no playoff chances.
I care less about the Rams, obviously, but I don't know.
What, Green Bay? Now that Jordan Love is the man of the trade? Have you heard this?
No, I didn't. Wait.
He wants out.
What?
Jordan Love wants out. Yep. You guys want to stick with it? He's like, you guys want to stick with Aaron Rodgers? That's your fucking deal. I'm done. He wants out.
You think he might be
So here's the funny part. Aaron Rodgers has become Brett Favre.
You think Brett Favre?
Stop me where I'm wrong.
Wait. You think Brett Favre was that bad?
Did you see Brett Favre at the end of his career? I'm gonna step away for a second. You think on that?
Oh, hold up.
Yeah.
I might have to pull out the file on this one. Brett Favre at the end. I mean, he was controversial. I don't remember him being that bad. Aaron Rodgers has posted a lot on Twitter, and he's been putting out a lot of his personal, his own life sets and how he looks at things. And I think he tried like mushrooms or I don't know the term, ayahuasca. That's scary. I mean, for some people, it might be a natural high and figuring out what, where your life stands and, what's the next move. I don't know. He's really allowed us into his life, right? He's allowed the social media, the people and fans into his life, which is an easy way for us to, not us, but his own fans and people who follow him to attack him. I wouldn't know because I don't follow him, but you could see it all on Twitter and they're all attacking him. But I still think I think he has it in him. Maybe I'm being biased because he grew up as a 49er fan. I don't know. I don't know. But
is that why you love Tom Brady too?
Yeah.
Got him! Got him!
Yes. Yes. I'm gonna say yes. But Aaron Rodgers, he's different. He's in left field, right? He's in left field.
Oh no, I totally believe he went on a walkabout.
Yeah, he's deep
and mentally never came back.
Yeah, I think that. So, like I was saying when you were gone, he did ayahuasca, I think it was, or mushrooms or something.
Russ has it here. Here it is.
Ayahuasca.
Russ Taylor and Keenan Harmon still hanging with us here, man.
Thank you,
we
guys.
are 3 hours in. You guys are fucking awesome.
Thank you, guys. So yeah,
ayahuasca or peyote, firewater.
Oh yeah, firewater. That's what it is. And I'm listen. Everything I was born on the farm, and everything I do is organic. 90% of our meals that we eat are done by my wife. She cooks home all the time. It's rare that we eat pizza or we go out to eat a lot or take home.
By the way, she's fucking amazing.
Yes. She's
Desi, I'm trying to score points after bashing your fucking Giants.
Yeah. She was raised by her grandmother, which she is a home cooked meal every night.
Does she do the Italian? Does she do the sauce?
Ooh.
Or gravy? Great sauce, gravy depends on where you're.
She does her version of gravy. But it's good enough. But so when you have celebrities or a figure like Aaron Rodgers putting his business out there by ayahuasca, I'm not judging him, but we all have to agree he's gone left field on us, and the things that he puts on Facebook and I'm not Facebook on Twitter. You just can't.
Spaz, dude.
Yeah, he spazzed out a few times. He was on the Joe Rogan show or podcast, which it was a really good show. If anyone ever follows, it was a good show.
I'm gonna tell you what, dude. Russ is killing it over here. Russ, how come you don't ever join, dude? I mean, seriously, man. I would love to get these clips from you just face to face. Dude came to training camp dressed like Cameron Poe from Con Air. That is the fucking truth, dude.
No shit.
Truth.
Cameron Poe with the long hair.
Here's good. He's gone native.
Wait, am I thinking, is that a white T-shirt with the V-neck?
No. It's
blue
jeans.
jeans.
It's the blue jeans
and the cowboy boots.
It's the blue jeans with the wife beater.
That's what it is. And cowboy boots.
Skin tight wife beater and the hair. He for real. I think I still have it somewhere. I'll have to find it.
Nicolas Cage played that. Yeah.
Nick Cage. Yep.
Cowboy boots. Don't forget.
Lock it. Put the bunny back in the box.
That's a classic. That's one of our favorites, actually.
So speaking of classics,
let's go.
Before we move on to the BOTW.
Oh, we got to finish off hard on that.
Oh, yeah. Well, stress on hard.
Oh, yeah. No pun intended.
Speaking of classics, so last week, Chris and I talked about our top 5 favorite Christmas movies. It was Chris that kicked that into play. He's good. He's good for that. I'll tell you what, man. If there's a guy who's got a serious future in radio, Chris Sack is that guy.
He's got the voice.
He's got the voice. He's got the knowledge. He can carry a show. He is fantastic.
And he's spot on. He's
always.
He's bang, bang, bang.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Chris is great, dude. The fact that he gave me that much of his time last week was absolutely amazing. But so let's hear it from you, Fito. Your top 5. So I know you've got young kids, and so part of my top 5 had to deal with the kids too. Not even so much what they watch now, but what we always do as tradition and what they've watched in the past. So give me your top 5 Christmas movies.
Okay. So,
because I did tease that we would talk some holiday shit.
Yeah, so like I said, I have an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old, and there's only certain things I can expose to them without showing the whole, the 80s, 90 movies, which was very violent, but very, very masculine, right? Very masculine movies. But I have to start with definitely Jim Carrey, Grinch. That's got to be my top. We're doing top 5? Top 5?
Yeah. So if you got them in order, do them in order. If you're just mentioning your top 5,
I might bounce around here.
bounce around then.
Definitely
Because
Grinch.
we did it on the show last week, and then after the fact, I was able to kind of think about it and rank them.
Yeah, I wish
I'm kind of putting you on the spot.
You are, and I didn't put that
and
list
Chris put
down.
me on the spot last week, so I'm paying it forward. So shut up.
Good enough. So Grinch with Jim Carrey, the Jim Carrey version one, which my kids love. They can watch that a million
times. The live action
times.
one.
Yes.
Yep.
On homage to my wife, who's a big fan of the Polar Express. So that'll be my number 4. We actually watched that movie last night. On top of that, immediately after that, we spoke to our children and says, guys, this is not a movie that you're used to seeing. This is a movie that is, dangerous, a lot of bang, bang, shoot 'em up, motherfucker, die. But it is a Christmas movie.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Die Hard in number 3 all day.
Skippy, dude.
All day.
It is not Christmas until Hans Gruber gets dropped off of Nakatomi Tower, bro.
Desi even said it. She goes, shut up and watch the movie. And I was like,
shut up and watch the movie.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So that's my number 3.
That's my New York girl right there.
Go Yonkers, right?
Go Yonkers.
Oh, yeah. Number 2, only because it's such a long movie. And if you're not sitting down and actually watching it with a cup of fucking hot coffee or hot cocoa, it's definitely the Christmas movie. It holds a spot. Wait, did I say number 2? Yeah, number 2.
Christmas Story.
This Christmas Story. Sorry, Christmas Story. And come on, Ralph. Everyone loves Ralph.
I get it, but like, dude, 24 hours.
It gets played
on
out
2 different channels. Chris had a great point last week. 24 hours on 2 different channels. It's a little much. It's a great movie.
But they're obviously targeting a wide band of families.
By the way, if you've never been to Cleveland, go. And when you go to the Christmas Story house and tour it.
They just sold that house.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm telling you that tour and everything, so fucking worth it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So my number 1 movie, of course, hands down. It's got action. It's got a lot of hilarious scenes in it. And who else can you not like? You fall in love with this one character right away. Is Clark Griswold?
The Christmas Story or the
Christmas Vacation.
I mean, the best.
It has everything in
everything.
Everything.
It's the same thing I said. It's the same. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Yeah. Merry kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. You kiss his ass. Happy Hanukkah.
It's a classic.
Russ brings up a good one. Gremlins is a Christmas movie.
It is. Oh
agreed.
My God.
100% agreed.
I can't expose my kids to that yet because it's a little bloody. It's a little.
Oh, get out of here. You can let them watch Die Hard
next year. I got them next year. Gremlins next year. I can only expose them so much until they decide what they want to see.
So Christmas Story, Christmas Vacation is my number 1. Polar Express is my number 2. That we watched that. Yeah, we watch that every Christmas Eve here.
Yeah.
That's our Christmas Eve movie, which this year will work out perfect. So
and by the way, we harvest our tree every year.
Yeah, we're a fig tree.
Yeah, we're a real tree. Every the day after Thanksgiving, we go and cut down our own tree, which is
There's something special about that. I used to do that with my dad when I was younger. We also have a dog now, so that adds a challenge to that because he'll drink the water out of it, and you got to be careful the thing doesn't dry out. But yeah, so Polar Express is my number 2, and that's because that's our Christmas Eve movie as a family.
Mm-hmm.
So this year it'll work out great because Dallas and Philly play at 4:25. Christmas Story right after that, bam, off the bed you go.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, I think I had. What the hell did I have at number 3? Oh, Home Alone. Home Alone was my number 3.
I can't even put that on my radar because my children see that year round. Even it could be mid-July and they're watching Home Alone.
Yeah.
I can't even. I love the movie. Don't get me wrong. I love the movie. I just can't add it to the list.
Number 4 was Rudolph, the claymation from the 60s. It's an hour long that they run it a few times every year. It's not technically a movie, but it's an hour.
Like, it's stop motion, right? Or whatever they call that.
Claymation. Yeah. And then number 5 was Die Hard. Now, what doesn't get noticed is, and only because my kids won't watch it. There's 2 of them. Is It's a Wonderful Life, which is an absolutely fantastic movie, and I prefer, like, they've remastered it in color, and I think it's horrible. I prefer to watch it in black and white.
Yeah.
And then the other one is White Christmas with Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye, where there's a lot of singing and stuff. But I mean, it's Christmas, you know what I mean? And in this house, it's not Christmas without Bing Crosby. So I have a playlist that I do on the Alexa, and there's probably 10 by Bing Crosby, probably another 10 by Nat King Cole. Nat King Cole was my grandfather's favorite, and his voice is just amazing.
We do the same thing when we cut our tree down. We just play Christmas music as we're decorating.
As you're decorating. Yeah, we do the same thing. And then Christmas Eve we'll do this. Christmas Eve we'll do the same shit. Christmas Day. And I did the same thing with Alexa. So I have another routine for Alexa, right? Alexa, Merry Christmas. And my living room lights all turn red and green. And it plays my Christmas playlist from top to bottom.
Awesome.
So I've got the Bing Crosby, I got the Nat King Cole, I've got Elvis's Blue Christmas, and then If I Can Dream, and then some funny shit. I've got like Jeff Foxworthy's the 12 Redneck Things of Christmas and shit.
Gotta have that.
Fun shit. You gotta have that too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a good time. I try to make Christmas special. You only get so many of them with the kids before they grow up and things become different.
There's a lot of things that I didn't have growing up. So going back to what I was saying, a nuclear family, a father, mother at home, we want to expose our children with everything, a mom and dad can give them, especially, a great foundation, and Christmas may be real for some people. It can be fake. It doesn't matter. It's a great way to build that love, that trust, that family value, and being together on that special day and waking up, and every family routine is different.
Yeah.
Either you have breakfast or have hot cocoa, open presents, or open presents later.
I make the kids eat first.
I do too. No, we do the same thing.
They stare at those presents, but you're gonna eat at least a bowl of cereal or a waffle or something.
Yeah. See, this is where you and I were the same. You know, and it's important
because once they get into it, they're not gonna fucking eat.
Right.
You know what I mean?
and then you got a mess in the whole house, and you're trying to clean
shit up.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's once a year, man.
It's Christmas, man.
Yeah.
When you got the kids, and especially, there's a part of me that's envious of you, brother, because both your kids are still small, and I will tell you that things change.
I learned from parents like you, though.
No,
I mean,
Christmas is still Christmas. Don't get me wrong,
right?
But the magic of Christmas becomes different when the kids get bigger. And I'm biting my tongue a bit because my kids do listen to this. They do watch the show. So, and I know there's some other folks that watch with their kids and whatever. I'm not going to apologize for the vulgarity. It's a podcast. So, what you got, brother?
I'll be right back. Keep talking.
Yeah, go ahead. Russ Taylor's still in the room. You guys still hanging with us over here, man. You guys are the best. This is easily the longest show we've done on Happy Gilmore, and I couldn't be more happy to share it with Fito. He's amazing. I've known Fito for more than half my life. I met him, I think I was 21 or 22. We met playing softball and Whiskey Hill, and at the time my friend Kenny was kind of managing or whatever the team, but I didn't know at the time that Fito was like was one of the founding members of it. And his friendship means the absolute world to me. So to share this long of a show with a guy like that, and I know Russ, you've been commenting. I still see there's a few people still in the room. You guys are troopers hanging with us. And it's
Sorry.
part of it. No, you're good, brother.
No,
what happened?
My laptop was like, oh, you have 1% left. I'm like,
oh shit, yeah, that would have been bad.
So we're good. We're good.
All right, good deal.
Sorry about that.
No, I was just talking about our friendship and how thankful I am for it, and the fact that this show has gone way over 3 hours tonight.
We're at 3 hours and 16 minutes. This is
so the
awesome.
longest show prior to this was when Quimby came in and basically hijacked the show.
Damn it, Quimby.
And we went about 2.5 hours. It was Quimby, Lou, Dominguez, and me. And he had kind of hijacked it. And so we were busting his balls about it. He was doing shots of ranch dressing. It got weird. Yeah. So I was basically saying, the Unhijacked Show brought to you by Hidden Valley Ranch.
Okay. Ranch, I could do a ranch. Blue cheese. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm a blue cheese. I'm not going to do shots of blue cheese, but I'm a blue cheese guy.
I like
it. Don't get me wrong. I love ranch dressing.
Yeah, with wings.
But the wings have to have the blue cheese. My wife, not so much. She hates blue cheese. I don't like funny cheeses. So I was going to make a fucking lasagna on Christmas.
Desi does she does the ranch with the wings, and I do blue cheese. Same thing.
Cheese,
yeah, same thing.
I was going to make a lasagna on Christmas, right? Make my sauce and meatballs the day before, and then make the lasagna on Christmas, and then have lasagna for Christmas night. She don't want to eat ricotta cheese.
Neither do I. Michelle,
what the fuck is the matter with you people?
Michelle, I'd love dude, bro. I hate ricotta. Tastes like crap. What the hell?
Anybody who says they make a lasagna and it doesn't have ricotta cheese, you're not making a lasagna. You're making layered shit.
I agree with you, but change ricotta and you put. Hear what I'm saying to you. Take ricotta out and put cream cheese.
I have no choice but to hear it. I have a fucking headset on.
Desi does this for me, and it's a game changer. Take ricotta out and you put cream cheese in there.
Fuck right off.
Oh, dude, it's amazing.
Dude, you can kiss the back of my balls. That's never gonna happen.
This is what makes us different, right here.
No, that's never gonna. My sauce will never touch. That's disgusting.
So the conversation is lasagna. And
anybody still listening? Are you hearing this nonsense? Are you fucking saying cream cheese? I'm gonna
cream
put
cheese, right?
I love Philadelphia cream cheese.
Dude, it's amazing. You have no idea.
You don't put cream cheese in a fucking lasagna.
Oh, you're missing out.
You take the ricotta and you mix it with the egg and you spread that.
By the way, you're the only person in the Midwest that says ricotta, okay? So don't even go there with me.
Oh, probably not the only one, but the only one you know. Russ Taylor, chocolate salty balls, chef from South Park.
Let's go.
So the last thing I've got on the list here is
the last thing.
It's taken us 3 hours and 20 minutes to get here. So I decided over the last, I've been thinking about it for a little bit, and I wanted to add, kind of another fun segment to the show. Kind of like how the Green Legion pregame show does Kajada, where it's kick-ass, jackass, or dumbass. But I don't want to rip off any of that. So what I decided to do, and I teased it when I advertised the show, BOTW.
BOTW.
And what that stands for is Boner of the Week. And so what we're going to try to do week in and week out, and I want the audience's help. If you have suggestions, you can hit me up with them all week long. We want to find someone who has done something so outrageous or dumb or whatever, whether it's an athlete, a podcaster, a radio personality, a commentator, whatever. And we want to nominate people to be the Boner of the Week. Now, we have a problem because Well,
I mean,
the first boner of the week
is
likely to be
the only.
like I don't know how the hell we're going to top this from here.
Yeah.
So this one's going to be hard to top.
I think just go right into it, bro. I mean, we were talking about it last night, and we're just like, how do you top that? How do you top that?
Let me get it pulled back up.
Yeah, I had a few people in mind, and it just wasn't equivalent to what you're about to post.
This is too much, dude. It's just like so.
It's
I'm looking at the fucking picture.
It's like hands down, like no pun intended, the boner of the week.
Like literally. I'm trying to get it to where I gotta play with this thing for a minute. Usually I have two screens when I mess with it. It's what I had last night.
Yeah, you minimize
to,
us.
Oh, gotta upgrade for that. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I just gotta figure it out. That's all I gotta do.
No, you're good.
Share screen window. Now I've got it.
It's the official boner of the week.
Yeah, the first ever Unhappy Gilmore Boner of the Week award
2022
is going to go to a French soccer player named Mbappe. So this guy, France beat. So for those of you that don't know with soccer, there has never been an African team to make the semifinal. Morocco broke that mold.
Right.
They played France, and France won. Mbappe, who, by the way, his girlfriend is what they call a transgender woman, so was born a man and decided it wanted to be female. Notice I said it. It's a podcast here, folks. I can say whatever the fuck I want.
That's right.
So at the end of that game, Mbappe was apparently, let's call it a little excited when he hugged a Morocco player. So the boner of the week.
Wait. He was crying too at the same time.
Crying.
Yep, crying.
And apparently a little too excited.
Mixed emotions. But we know where this side's from. Booyah! There it is.
And there it is. So you see here, he's hugging the Morocco player. Oh my God, what an emotional game. Apparently,
kissing his neck.
He is just a little too excited. Everybody getting that? Woo, woo. I don't know what's going on with the shorts. Probably needs to talk to Michael Jordan or the Fab Five Michigan team. Maybe get some longer shorts.
That might be his spot that he's touching, though. I don't know.
At least, dude, like, did you never wear sweatpants in high school? Tuck that shit in, bro. Like, you're hugging another dude. Just because your girlfriend used to be a dude doesn't make this okay. This is weird. And you, my friend Mbappe, have been awarded the first ever boner of the week for having a massive fucking boner while you're hugging another guy.
You got to give it to him, though. At least he stepped to the side. He turned.
See, part of me thinks he knew the camera was there and was pointing.
Yeah.
And he's at full attention.
He's full attention. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
If that's not full attention, I'm impressed.
That is 5:35 a.m. morning wood right there. That is early morning wood.
5:35. Talk about a specific. Was it 16 seconds? You want to get more specific there?
Lock it in, bro.
Lock it in. 5:30. You heard it here first, folks. That was 5:35 a.m. morning wood.
Oh, yeah.
This is what I look like when I have to get up and take a piss at 3 o'clock in the morning because at 43 years old, apparently my body's like, hey, asshole, we don't hold it all night anymore. You got to get up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's amazing, man.
Mbappe, French soccer player, the first ever Unhappy Gilmore, Boner of the Week award winner for having an actual fucking boner.
Oh, you can't get better than this. This is amazing.
We probably should have opened with this.
Yeah, I think so.
And maybe we'll do that next week.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But yeah, so we're gonna leave that there for just another minute.
It's gonna be hard to top that one, bro.
Yeah, hard.
It's gonna be hard.
Right.
No pun intended. Again.
Yeah, I think you meant the pun. I mean, you said it 3 fucking times. Yeah. Fucking hang on a second. Hey, give me another beer.
Another one. Stat. Let's go.
No. So I'm gonna. All right. So I think it's time to stop sharing that.
This is the last beer.
What do you mean it's the last beer? You held up 2 before, you asshole.
Last.
Then you want to go get more.
Mom.
Right.
Dude.
Don't be doing that shit.
What a great show, man. This is awesome.
So while you went to go take a piss, what I was saying to everyone was like, going this long, right? Never having gone this long before. But the fact that I got to share it with you.
Hell yeah, man.
And what your friendship means to me.
I appreciate that, man.
And the room and everybody, people, Russ has been hanging with us the whole friggin' time, and that's just amazing. And I still see there's still people in here
talking shit. I love it.
Even if they're not commenting, I can see it. I can see the ticker. There's still people in here.
I don't see their comments, so I'll see them later on. I haven't seen them yet.
It just absolutely amazes me.
Yeah, it's good people.
Oh,
great.
Oh, here's my wife. I already got more beer.
Duh. Scored. Let's go.
So I give my wife a lot of shit. Because, well, I'm unhappy Gilmore, and that's just what I do.
Fucking Michelle. Anyone that puts up with you this long, I mean, I guess we could call each other lucky,
there's
right?
No fucking question. Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
My wife, 10 years. How long you been with Michelle?
Dude, I met her 6 months after I moved here.
Oh, shit.
So for 6 months, I tore up Cincinnati. And then I met her, and then a month and a half later we got pregnant, and
here we go.
Yeah. So, together for 16 years, married for 13 years.
That's amazing.
Throw in the fact 3 kids, 2 houses, a move to Tennessee for 3 years.
COVID, the COVID move.
Shit.
Yep.
Yeah, for her to be so, and I'm a shit about it, and I know I am, but she so when we're out and we're drinking and shit, she's one of those that gets all kind of, she'll get clingy from time to time, and she gets all lovey-dovey, and she's, I just love you, and so I look her dead in the eye and I give her the Han Solo line.
I know. I do the same thing. Dude, I mean, we're cut from the same cloth, man. I can't.
Here's what I'll tell you. This show doesn't happen without my wife.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't have the kids without the wife. But this show doesn't happen without the wife. The Green Legion stuff, when I'm out there on the road and I'm able to interact and everything, I will tell you now, she is just as important to all of that as me or anyone else.
I agree.
When we were in Indianapolis, I was on the pregame show. She was outside with our friends. Indianapolis is an hour and 40 minutes from here. So a bunch of us drove over.
Mm-hmm.
She was outside with a couple of our back porch friends. My friend John, who I talked about before. John's a very large human, and he knows it. Great guy. I would not want to be on his fucking bad side. Big guy. So he's there. He's outside with his friend Kelly, and Michelle's out there. So I'm on the show inside. Unbeknownst to me, these 2 ladies or girls or whatever, come walking kind of close to where they're at, and one of them starts pointing at Michelle, and she's going, "That's her. That's Unhappy Gilmore's wife. That's her." So John was like, "Yo, I don't know who the fuck these people are." So he turned and walked in front of the 2 of them, walked in front of my wife, and was like, "Yo, I feel a little weird." It was in his head. He's going, "I feel a little weird about this." You know, he's like, yo, back off. I don't know who the hell you are. But yeah, so that's the effect my wife has out there.
Dude, I'm with you on that one, man. I mean, being part of the Bridgeport Court Softball League for the last 23 years.
Doesn't happen without Desi, bro. You
I-
are not anywhere near where you are with that league and Whiskey Hill and everything without your wife.
She is the backbone of everything I do.
There's
and,
no fucking question, bro.
And she doesn't get a lot of credit. And like, look at right now, she's been.
No, because you're the face.
That's it. Real. And I always say, honey, come on. And she's always trying to like, no.
We need to pull Desi on here sometime.
Yeah, we will. You know, I mean, she's a Giants fan, but we have to be careful. I mean, I know, I'm kidding. But you know, she.
Yeah, we fucking let you on here. I mean, Jesus.
Dude, everything I do, she's just so supportive. She, like I said, she's the backbone of everything I do. She never says no, and she's always like, well, you know, whatever you want, and I got your back. Even being voted in as director of the Bridgeport Court Softball League,
and knowing what time that was going to take from your family.
Yeah, and this is why we have our children with us, because we're able to, you know, get them exposed to being a social family. We're very social, open, loving.
But you guys are showing them what it's like to lead.
Right, exactly, and that's the point that we want to. Even though my children are homeschooled, it's like whether you're in academically or professionally or within a home, you could still be those type of people. You could be strong-willed and hardworking and social. You know, a lot of people say that, oh, aren't you worried about your kids not going to school and being social? My kids will walk up to you and look you in the eye and say, hi, I am. How you doing? You know,
I can personally attest to that.
Yeah, my children are very social.
I walked into your house.
Yeah,
they were all over me.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't look unless Fito told you that they're homeschooled. You wouldn't fucking know it.
You wouldn't know. No one knows. And
But I think that's a testament to you guys bringing them out. Like, yeah, they're homeschooled, so they don't get. All right, so maybe they lack some of the interaction with kids their age. Sometimes.
Yep.
Sometimes.
Yep.
But it's not like you shelter them, right?
No.
You have them out at the ball fields every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
You have them over Travis's house. You have them out doing stuff with other people.
And
it's not like you're homeschooling because you're scared to death of some bullshit pandemic.
No, not at all.
Shutting them out from the outside world. You're just homeschooling because you believe in that.
Right.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, and you know, we
and fuck whoever wants to have a different opinion about it.
And I like I said, I was on vacation this week. I spent the week with them at the couple days. We spent one day at the library, which they have a actual homeschooling course where other homeschooling parents come down and they enjoy their day at the library with the children.
There's a ton of beer bottles next to me.
I'm the can guy. You know, it's easier to recycle. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is it doesn't matter what happens outside the home or inside the home. It's important what you expose your children to. And you have to be able to talk to them, teach them, show them the right and wrong. Because if you allow other people, other adults to indoctrinate your children or, and show them their point of life, it's never going to work. You have to show them yours.
Yeah, they have to be exposed.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the one thing I would say is, kids their age and as they progress, there are elements at school, at a public school, and I could be a billionaire. I can hit $100 million tomorrow. My kids are going to public school because I think there's something to be said for that. The exposure to what you should and should not be around. You know what I mean? You get exposed to shitheads, and a lot of them. But there's also the other side. And dude, I look, I since I became a parent, I have never judged a parent for what they do with their kids. It's not my place. I would never fucking do that. Everyone does what they think is best for their family, and nobody has the right to judge that shit.
No,
ever.
Not in America.
Look, I know in some other countries they probably allow that to go on, and I still think it's bullshit.
Yeah, not
right?
in this country.
Mom and dad know their kids and know what's best for their kids.
Mhm.
Period. End of story. I don't care what a study does, a book tells you, a fucking TV show, or some form of bullshit government. Doesn't matter to me. Mom and dad always know best. And you guys are setting the bar. Because you're homeschooling, but you're not homeschooling from the standpoint of sheltering your kids.
No, we don't shelter them, no.
A lot of people that homeschool shelter.
Yeah.
You guys don't do that.
Yeah.
And that sets a different bar, dude.
And one of the things that we're trying to expose them to is
fucking Russ Taylor, dude. He's still here. I judge parents all the time. Look, okay, maybe it's kind of fair to some parents, like when you go to a restaurant and the kids are running around like assholes, or you go to a department store and they're running around like assholes.
My kids don't do that. They look at those kids and are like, what the hell's going on?
What's wrong with them?
Yeah.
My kids don't act like that.
But to all parents and to everyone on this channel that's watching, the most important thing is sports, right? Get your kids involved in sports.
Or some sort of team.
Yeah, team
Any kind of team activity.
Yes, sports is important because, being born in Puerto Rico, raised as a Dominican Catholic, coming to the States was a whole new world. I didn't know anything but baseball. Baseball was just baseball, right? And then I was exposed to football, and then soccer, and then tennis, and then handball.
Right, and you're a bigger guy, so fucking football had to. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was 6 foot by the time I was 13, 14 years old. But
so you haven't grown since you were 14?
No, I was a twig though. I was skinny, I was skinny, and so team sports also bring out hard work ethics, strong work ethics. Sorry, strong.
Russ, we're going to get to you in just a second.
Yeah, and I think it's important that it builds that team element that everyone needs, how to communicate, how to be a leader, and it's important. You know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, man, and whether you are part of the community or not,
whether it's a leader or not, dude, it teaches you to rely on one another.
Exactly.
Trust one another.
Mm-hmm.
Camaraderie.
Yes.
All of that. And it breaks my heart that my boys have kind of fallen off of that. They're not they're not athletic, dude. It just, they try, but they're more interested in just, they want to play catch with dad.
Well, you were. I mean, you're super athletic.
Yeah, I was. But they're not. So I try to find other avenues. Now, thankfully, this day and age, there are other avenues. If your kid's not athletically gifted and is, and Liam tried with baseball, and Liam could have been really good at baseball if he put a lot of effort into it. Liam's got a really live left arm.
He's lefty?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
And that kid, but when he stopped playing baseball, he got hit with a pitch twice in one game, and it scared him off.
Head?
No, he got it once. He got it once in the leg, and then once like in the knee. And they did the laces. It was hurting. And my thing was, I was never going to force my kids to play. Okay.
Right.
So my dad was not a violent man. But when it came to baseball, he was not violent, but like
pushy,
really assertive and very pushy. And my dad's almost 6'4". So as a kid, that's really intimidating.
Yeah, my dad.
So when he's like, "Get your ass," I'm like,
it was baseball.
And it was always baseball with my dad.
Yeah.
So that's what drove me. It's what you saw when you first met me. I was a lunatic on the field.
Yeah. Bench.
I didn't care.
Who plays bench? What the fuck?
That's when Kenny first brought me into whiskey. Is he going to ride the pine for a little bit? I'm like,
no.
I'm like, I'm not doing it first. I'm like, okay, I don't want to come in there and be like, I'm going to be this asshole. So I sit down and I start watching the fucking people that were like, after about 2 weeks, I went to Kenny. I'm like, bro, if you don't get me in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So then I think, remember little Mike?
Yeah. Yep.
So Kenny pinch hit I think Ronnie was on second. And I forget who was on third.
Irish Mike.
Yeah, he pinch hit me for Mike,
Mhm.
and we were down by 2. And I smashed the fucking line drive that whistled right past the fucking
left center.
right center.
Right center. Yeah,
whistled right past the pitcher's face.
Yeah, I remember.
And ties the game up like that.
Yeah.
I'm standing on first base. Kenny just looks over and goes like this. I'm like,
yeah.
And I never left the starting lineup.
Yeah. No, you're a good.
But I mean, I wasn't gonna walk in and be that guy. Everyone's gonna be, I gotta play. But I'm like, no, dude.
Nah.
I mean, Kenny was cool about it. He told me right from the start. He's like, dude, you got a pretty tight knit group, dude. I'm bringing you in. I'm like, yeah, I got it, dude. No problem. But like I said, after about 2 weeks of watching that little Irish Mike dude and a couple other people, I'm like, we'd go out drinking after. I'm like, Kenny, dude, like, you can't expect me to just sit there and be quiet. Like, eventually I'm going to jump. Like, dude, 80% of me is better than that. The fuck, dude. I'm like, I could show up with a hangover and outplay these guys.
Yeah, man.
It's like,
and this is why I'm super excited about next year. Trying to get Whiskey Hill Radio.
Yeah, you know what, dude? I didn't fucking give you. Damn it! I meant to do that in the first hour or two.
Well,
God, fuck.
No,
man.
Don't worry about it. No, we're good. Listen, man, we got plenty of time.
Do that now, man.
Listen. So with Bridgeport,
I love this group. I mean, I'm Green Legion Radio, but Whiskey Hill's where I was born.
Oh yeah, man. Let's go. So here we are. We're gonna by the way, we closed out the season amazingly. Bridgeport Co-ed Softball League being around for 50 years, one of the oldest running co-ed softball leagues in the country. Anyone that wants to argue with me about that, please send me an email. Let's talk about it. I'm trying to set up Wikipedia pages. And
I won't let them argue with you.
Yeah, even ASA, USA sanctioned leagues are not. They're standing there like fucking Nick Bosa, like, oh, well, there's really no other paperwork involved. But you guys,
you know what gets the knock? It's because it's co-ed.
Right. Well, I mean, co-ed.
But people who don't understand, people who've never been there, people who've never been part of that group,
right?
They don't know.
No, they'll never.
It's a fucking gigantic family.
Yes, yeah, and we are the longest running and one of the largest co-ed softball leagues. We have 22 teams, majority 9 of those teams.
Softball is a Connecticut institution.
It is. Oh yeah, Milford alone. That's
forget Milford, dude. Right from the Breakettes, the women's softball league.
Exactly.
Yep.
A majority of those players and teams participate in mostly local, regional, state tournaments. God bless them. They're able to raise money and travel to worlds, which are hosted, I believe, in Las Vegas this year, which happened last month. You've got teams flying down to Florida and Tampa, and coming from Connecticut, these teams are just flying all over the place, representing their team, but Connecticut, obviously. But this league alone has been around a long time. It's
50 years.
50 years. It's a blessing league. We closed out. I was able to bring back the co-ed softball league banquet, which is an annual banquet that we have every year. It was
From what I saw, you guys did a fucking phenomenal job.
It was amazing. It was a great time. Yeah, because it went silent for a few years because of COVID, obviously.
Of course.
But we were able to bring it back. We locked it in with Four Seasons Verrazano's restaurant down in Stratford. Verrazano's hosted our party. For
those of you that don't know, Verrazano's amazing food. Great place.
Oh yeah. Italian, full Italian. So
you're in the Northeast. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah. They hosted our party. It's a one big room split in half. We were kind of cautious about selling too many tickets, so we wanted to make it a small, party. So we only sold 130 tickets. Out of 130, we got 90 people down there. We did sell more. Only 90 people showed up, but we had a blast.
Hey, you got 130 paid.
Oh, yeah.
40 people don't decide to show up, your fucking problem.
Oh, yeah, man. 90 people. We had a DJ. The food was amazing. We had trophy awards. We give out plaques to members of the league who've been there 25 years and plus. Our matriarch to a league is Deb Fruge. She's also a Connecticut Hall of Fame female player, and she was there. She's our treasurer, and she was there to hand out trophies and plaques. She's a great asset to this league, and she's retiring this year, and which actually helped me bring myself up into this league.
And Fito, from me to you, you're the right guy.
I appreciate that, man. I really do.
Look, if anybody's still watching, or anybody who watched this later, if you can't see the passion in his face when we started talking about this, I don't know what's wrong with you. This guy, yeah, he's Whiskey Hill, but he's taking on a much larger role.
It's a big
league.
Yeah.
It's a 50-year-old league, so it's a big fucking deal.
Yeah,
and he is the face of it now, and he deserves it.
Yeah, everyone has.
You're there with your team, of course.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I stepped down from Whiskey Hill. I'm still very much part of the team. We have Nate Montavo, who's taking over as coach.
All right, so you and I got to talk about that after the show.
Yeah, we will. Nate. Yeah.
I think you know what it's about.
Yep. I'm passing on the flag, and Nate is he's a great part of this team. He's actually held the flag. He's actually held the shirt a few times on and off, but I just can't do it any longer. I'm busy focusing on the league.
Well, and you can't have people thinking you're playing bias.
And I can't because my main focus is making sure people come down on the one day off. I'm off one day a week, which is Sunday, and I want people to come down knowing that they're coming. I know, but I just want people to know they come down to the league or any field, any Sunday fun day, and they're coming to a family fun-filled, loving league that's fair. And softball, we don't get paid for this shit. No one gets just no.
It's all just from the heart, dude.
Yeah, it really is, man. And people. We are downsizing, but hopefully we'll be back up again because there are some people who hate me, and that's fine. You're gonna have.
What is that all about?
Because they can't control me. They can't control the narrative.
You're not about the fucking politics,
right? I'm not about the politics. It's here are the rules, follow them. If not, get the fuck out. Other than that, I'm sorry. I'm not here for that. They voted me in. They wanted me.
Like I said, he's the right guy.
Right, and I'm fair. And
that league can get unruly.
It does.
I've seen it. I saw it 20 some years ago, and it was unruly then.
Yes, it does.
With weak leadership at the top. Fito's not weak leadership.
Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, I can go down there and eat a hot dog, drink a beer, and know that I'm doing the right thing. And that's all I care. So when you go down
there now, do you wear the Whiskey Hill or do you wear something neutral?
So
you kind of spread it around. You get something from everybody's team.
Oh no, that's a good question. That's a great question. So what I've done is I've actually inherited jerseys and hoodies and hats and
from all of them,
from all the teams. Not all of them. The ones that don't like me, they won't even offer it to me.
'em.
Yeah, but I will rep their jersey.
Sure.
Shout out.
You should.
Yeah. Huge shout out to Breaking Bad.
You're the face of the league. You fucking wear week to week. You wear somebody different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. And these are great people.
Honestly, you want to make a good move, dude. If it was me, I'd wear whoever was playing against Whiskey Hill.
Well, because we have a split division and we have a tournament and we have a tournament and rec division, so we don't always play the same teams. So I'll do 1 week I'll do tournament, one rec, one tournament, one rec. Even in football, I have a good time with them.
Fucking Russ is still here, man. The list of things wrong with me is long and distinguished.
Yeah, no, but
Russ,
I think
can't wait to come to Philly. And when I do, you better get your ass out and come have a beer with me.
Yeah. So no, but
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I mean,
no, you're good.
People,
You're good.
we got people still hanging here with us, man.
No, I appreciate
and
this.
It's
This
fucking
is
awesome.
why I love this channel. I love this group. I love everything about Green Legion. I mean, the only difference is I am not an Eagles fan, but I am. Everyone has two teams, right?
Hey,
are they allowed two teams?
Fito, nobody's perfect.
Hey,
no, and the answer to the other question is no.
No, especially not in the same division or conference. You can't.
Yeah, Russ. Yeah, a beer. Put that in quotation marks because
a beer.
I think I've got. I think I'm on my 8th or 9th now. So,
so that's my little rant about softball. I love the sport,
brother. I can listen to you talk about that league for days, man. Just the passion in your voice, the way your face lights up.
Yeah.
These people, these teams that hate you or whatever the case is,
I don't get it.
I don't understand.
You know what's funny though?
Fito is impartial. Okay, and I'm speaking. Look, I got to think a lot. I always tag Bridgeport Co-ed Softball League's Facebook page when I advertise the show,
and they're probably watching. They're probably watching.
If any of you folks are watching, yes, I've known this man for over 20 years. And yes, I'm wearing Whiskey Hill. And yes, so is he. But he built that. Okay? Mm-hmm. He built that. Now, there were some others along the way. Kenny helped. Captain helped. I played a small role as a player.
Cindy.
But Desi. But if you think for a second, any of you that are listening, that think for a second that this man is anything other than impartial in his new role with the league, you're fooling yourself.
Mm-hmm.
He just invites everyone over to the Whiskey Hill
tent
because Whiskey Hill has the best fucking tent.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. If the rest of you slackers would just follow suit, there'd be more people going around, man. It's that simple. Mm-hmm. This is not about him trying to run the league and favor it in Whiskey Hill's favor. That's not who he is.
Never.
This is not who Fito is.
Mm-hmm.
He's the right guy. And if you just give him a chance and try to look at it impartial, because you're thinking that he's not impartial. Meanwhile, you're thinking impartially.
Mm.
It's just like people who call out racism a lot. A lot of times they're racist.
They pull that card.
It's the same kind of setting. Just give them a fucking chance.
You know what's funny too? Some of those people who hate on me, I've known over 20 years.
I'm sure of it.
These are people I broke bread with, invited to my house.
That's why I don't break bread with just anyone.
Yeah. No, but these are people
in my life. I'm like,
yeah. Well,
20 years ago, I'm like, whatever.
Yeah. No, now that I'm 43, father of 2, have a strong wife who supports me. Now it's just like, you know what?
Right.
Follow the rules or get out.
Or fuck right off. And if you want to be a stick in the mud all the time, guess who's going to be more harsh?
Mm-hmm. Oh, so here's the best part. I didn't tell you this.
You bring it on yourself.
Here's the kicker. So a few of these teams that are against me have obviously.
What are they trying to petition?
Well, they can't. They really can't, right? Because
you have the whole board's support, right?
This league has a stronghold in this city and in this town. It's almost we're grandfathered in as far as permitting and insurance and all that stuff.
I tell you, my favorite thing I saw this year on a Bridgeport Co-ed Softball League was your opening day.
Oh, that was awesome, right? It came out great. We had the
fucking mayor out there.
Mayor, the governor.
I mean, dude.
Yeah.
You guys, and I know it wasn't just you. I know you're the face, but I know it wasn't just you.
It's a lot of
work. You guys did a fucking amazing job.
Yeah.
And if you haven't thanked them enough already, give them a big thank you from a former player.
Oh, yeah.
That was amazing. I watched every fucking minute of it.
Channel 12 was there.
I watched every fucking minute of it. It was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it was a good time. Good time, man.
I couldn't have been more proud of you, dude.
Oh yeah.
It's just fucking.
So then they're trying. So those little teams that are trying to do their own thing, they're starting a whole new league in Milford, which is pretty competitive, which is fine.
Yeah, but they're gonna run into a brick wall out there.
They are. They already are, and they may not know it yet. But
that Friday night Milford league is wicked competitive, dude.
And I wish them the best of luck.
I played in that league.
Yeah, and if they can draw some teams from that Friday night league
and bring them over.
Yeah, they may have something, but this is what I'm saying. But Gilmore, I'm not against it. I actually encourage it. I encourage growth. I encourage other teams and leagues to grow. I encourage that.
Well, and think about it from your own standpoint. These guys leave, it opens up opportunity for somebody else.
My point exactly. And you know what? There is a plethora. I like that word. A plethora of teams.
A cornucopia.
Yeah, cornucopia of teams who are knocking on the door to come to Bridgeport Co-ed Softball League. So no matter what happens, this league will always survive. And anyone that ever thinks that this league is going to end are wrong. Don't ever bring that energy back to this league.
That's not going to happen.
Don't even come back.
If anybody thinks that these sorts of things haven't happened before over 50 fucking years.
Yeah, 50 years, people. Like, what the fuck?
I guarantee you there's been more adversity than there is now. And I'm not even there to see it. I can just say it because it's been there for 50 fucking years.
I mean, yeah. And I know for a fact people are watching this because you tag everywhere. You tag everywhere. Everywhere that. Yeah, please watch this, understand this. And if anyone has any questions, you know my number. Text me, inbox me, call me. If not, then your silence means everything.
Right. Silence is consent.
Exactly. Silence is consent.
I will always ask for forgiveness before I'll ask for fucking permission. And
seriously.
A lot of times, I'm not even asking for forgiveness.
Yeah. And my main objective is to make sure this league runs another 50 years.
Yeah. And at this point, it's got to be more. It's got to be about what you're already doing, right? Like you've got the live stream going on. That's part of moving this league into this century.
And I'm working on new things like we're going to be working with a proprietary app that's going to be able to allow players to register right on their phone instead of them coming to bother me in 10 different locations or whatever the case may be. But it's going to be a very streamlined, very easy, intuitive app system. We're going to be exploring new platforms, new streaming, better ways to expose this league and their players. It's not about me. I trust me.
It's never been about you, dude.
I don't care.
Always treated it that way, man.
Yeah, I don't care.
When Kenny brought me in, I didn't even know who the fuck you were.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you were part of the fucking founding of Whiskey Hill. I had no fucking clue.
No one knew.
Kenny didn't pitch it that way.
Right.
I didn't fucking know.
That's how
I gotta get over there, and Kenny's like, I got a new player. He's gonna help us fill a spot. Blah 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 blah. Met Ronnie,
and I went,
and away we go.
Yeah.
And but it was never about you. Although I'll tell you what, man,
I don't care.
There was a good 2-year stretch there where we literally could have gone with 5 infielders and 3 outfielders as long as you were in left and I was in center.
Oh, you should see what's going on this year.
There was nothing getting between the two of us.
Yeah.
There just wasn't. Both of us with the instincts, dude.
Yeah.
Great jump on the ball. Knew how to play off each other. Get your brother playing shortstop, and it was locked down.
And we had arms.
Yeah, we could both throw back then.
Yeah. But this year is super exciting for Whiskey Hill with Nate taking over the league, over the team. We've picked up 4, and it's all about the girls.
Right? All right. So before we get into that, let's end this show. And you and I can stay in the room.
Yeah. Okay.
Afterwards, and we'll continue to talk.
Dude, we're
Russ Taylor. You are the fucking superstar. And I still see there's more than that in the room. Whoever's hung with us for 4 hours, this has been amazing.
Dude, 4 hours.
4 hours, man. I mean, Fito and I could do this forever if we both just hit the lotto.
Yeah, we could sit here all day.
We can sit here all day, and we're going to continue to talk after we log off here. But for all of you who joined us in the room, for all of you who stayed with us,
God bless you.
This amount of time, Russ Taylor, the MVP of the room. Continuing, he just added a comment just a couple of minutes ago. As always,
thank you, guys.
The Green Legion audience, the audience that we are so fortunate to have with Green Legion Radio, you guys are really the best. You are. And I really hope that you continue to come back. I know you'll be a part of all the big shows. I just hope you continue to come back here. Russ Taylor's still here, man.
Yeah,
and look at Russ Taylor. I have to
work in the
morning, so I was entertained. Russ Taylor, dude, I'm telling you, your first 6 beers when I come to Philadelphia.
Oh, no. Wait, no. We're going to fight for that because he's going to have my first beer. I got a round on me, bro.
I'm telling you,
rock, paper, scissors.
Lizard Spock. I say it all the time, and I mean it. You guys that are here in the room, whether you're here every week or here every other week or here just when you have that, I'm always appreciative of any time that you give. And for someone to give 4 hours of their time is just unbelievable to me. To think, and Fito,
it's my son's birthday, and I'm here 4 hours. Let's go.
Fito, I'm just really, outside of the room being what they are, I'm glad I get to share this with you.
Dude,
tonight's been very special to me.
I'm going to get better.
4 hours.
Yeah.
No, you're great already, dude. Don't even worry about it. We'll talk about that when we log off here. But for all of us here, to all of you at home, this has been the first ever Friday Unhappy Hour. We'll go back to Wednesday next week. My friend Jason, who is part of our back porch crew up here, is going to join me. He's got his own podcast, more about kind of a fitness journey that he's on. But he's also active Coast Guard. And I think you'll find him very interesting. He's a massive Birds fan. So we're going to get his insight on the last couple of games and where he thinks his team is going forward. Until then, this has been the Unhappy Gilmore Show with our special guest, Fito Mata, and a special shout out to my son, Grady, who gave us, I think, some pretty good insight on today's NBA.
That was fun.
These guys in the room ripped him to shreds on some older NBA.
He did it to himself.
I thought, and he got frustrated, and then they just attacked.
Yeah,
which I expect. I told him not to do it. He did it anyways. Whatever.
Yeah,
I thought he did a great job. He's a bit of a chip off the block. We'll get him in here again talking football. He can hold his own there as well. So this has been the Unhappy Gilmore Show, part of the Green Legion Radio Network, and brought to you by Hidden Valley Ranch. Yo, we love you.
Dude.
I will see you next week with my friend Jason. I'll be live from the Back Porch Saloon next Wednesday night at 6 p.m.
Go Birds, go Niners.
Go Birds, fuck the Niners. We'll see you next week.